Chapter 81. A Cornered Animal. Azure? I thought as I floated gently in the air, surrounded by curious vines. Why exactly am I flying right now? Fascinating, Azure murmured, and I could practically hear him taking mental notes. This appears to be related to the celestial bodies now orbiting in your inner world. Typically, only cultivators in the stellar realm or above can achieve flight, likely due to their connection with heavenly bodies. You've essentially created your own version of that system. That made a strange sort of sense. I closed my eyes, remembering how it felt using the skybound rune to fly in the Two Suns world. The sensation had been different then, more like pushing against the air itself. This felt more natural, as if gravity had simply decided to become optional. Taking a deep breath, I focused on that feeling. The vines slowly unwound from my limbs as I guided myself downward, landing softly on my feet. Well, that was one more ability I'd need to keep under wraps. Flying at the chi condensation stage would raise far too many questions. I could sense Wei Lin's presence outside my door. He hadn't knocked again, probably assuming I was deep in meditation. Knowing him, he was probably debating whether to wait or come back later. Better see what he wants. I made my way from the private training courtyard back through my room, straightening my robes before opening the door. Wei Lin stood there with his hand raised, apparently having finally decided to knock again. "Oh, you're..." Wei Lin started, then did a double take. He pointed at me accusingly. "You broke through? Again?" I shrugged, trying to look appropriately modest. The wind essence was particularly pure. It seems like it was exactly what my cultivation needed. Wei Lin shook his head. "Breakthroughs so close together are dangerous," he whispered, glancing around as if speaking of some forbidden topic. "It can cause an unstable cultivation base. Qi deviation." Yes, Qi deviation, the boogeyman of the cultivation world. When a cultivator's Qi turned against them, usually due to rushing their advancement or attempting techniques beyond their level. The results could range from temporary illness to permanent crippling or death. It was why most disciples were so careful about steady, measured progress. I smiled, channeling Qi through my body. "See? No sign of instability. Sometimes it's hidden." Wei Lin frowned, clearly not entirely convinced. "Comes out when you least expect it." "I promise you I'm fine." I tried to project confidence without seeming dismissive of his concerns. "What brings you here anyway?" Wei Lin's expression brightened, though I could tell he was still a bit worried. "Mother heard about this thing called Family Game Night from some merchants who traded with the Western Kingdoms. She's insisting we try it." "Oh no. She sent me to invite everyone," he continued cheerfully, either missing or ignoring my expression. "Lu Chen's already there with Rocky watching through the window, and Lin Mei said she'd join us after checking on some herbs." I tried to think of a polite way to decline, but Wei Lin's hopeful expression made it impossible. Besides, after everything he'd done to help me get the wind essence, the least I could do was survive one evening of whatever family game night entailed. "Sure," I said, resigning myself to my fate. "Why not?" As we walked through the compound's winding corridors, Wei Lin chatted excitedly about how his father seemed to be warming up to the idea of him and Lin Mei. "He actually asked about her herb knowledge yesterday," Wei Lin said. "Not in a business way, but like he was genuinely interested. And this morning, I overheard him telling Mother that having someone with professional herb-growing experience in the family could be advantageous." I nodded, hoping for Wei Lin's sake that his father's change of heart was genuine. Still, something about Wei Ye's sudden interest made me uneasy. The man was too calculating to simply change his mind without reason. We found the others gathered in what Wei Lin called the casual reception room, though it was still nicer than most homes I'd seen. Lu Chun sat cross-legged on a cushion near the window, occasionally tossing something out to Rocky, whose massive stone head took up most of the view. Wei Ting was arranging various boxes and tiles on a low table, while Wei Guang lounged nearby, looking amused. "Ah, you're here." Wei Ting beamed. "Come sit." I found the most fascinating game set in one of our warehouses. The merchant said it's called Mahjong. I took a seat as Lin Mei entered, looking slightly flushed from the garden. Wei Lin immediately scooted over to make room for her, earning an approving smile from his mother and a barely concealed eye roll from Wei Guang. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. The rules are quite simple, Wei Ting began, but was interrupted by Wei Ye's arrival. Starting without me? He asked, then noticed me. Ah, another breakthrough so soon? The room went quiet. Lu Chen's jaw dropped, while Lin Mei shot me a worried look. Even Rocky stopped munching on whatever Lu Chen had been feeding him to peer more intently through the window. 2 breakthroughs so close together? Wei Ting's eyes widened. Dear, are you sure that's... He's fine. Wei Yi cut in, studying me with that unervingly intense gaze. Quite remarkable, actually. Most cultivators would struggle to handle such rapid advancement. But young Kuyin seems to have a particularly stable foundation. Thank you, sir, I replied politely. The wind essence proved quite effective. Wei Ting launched into an explanation of tiles and sets that I only half followed, too aware of Wei Ye's occasional glances in my direction. The game itself was actually quite engaging once we started playing, though Lu Chen's running commentary to Rocky, "No, you can't eat that tile," and "Stop breathing on the window, you're fogging it up," provided most of the entertainment. Wei Ting turned out to be terrifyingly good at the game, winning several rounds while maintaining an innocent expression that fooled absolutely no one. Wei Guang played with casual skill that suggested he'd definitely seen this game before, despite his claims otherwise. We were halfway through another round when Wei Guang's personal guard burst into the room, face pale. "Young master, urgent news from the city." The pleasant atmosphere evaporated instantly. Wei Yi set down his tiles. "Speak." "The Sun family," the guard reported, bowing quickly. They've taken control of the southern trade routes. All of them. The caravan masters have signed exclusive contracts. Wei Guang cursed softly. "That's impossible. We've had agreements with those caravans for generations." "They wouldn't. They would if they were threatened." Wei Yi interrupted, his voice deadly calm. "Continue." The guard swallowed. 3 of our representatives in the southern quarter were found dead this morning. Officially, it was a robbery gone wrong, but he hesitated. There are rumors that the Sun family has hired a stellar realm cultivator. They're not even trying to hide their intentions anymore. There's talk in the streets about how they plan to remove the Wei family's influence entirely. The southern trade routes were the Wei family's economic backbone, providing nearly half their annual income. Without them, what about our own cultivators? Wei Lin asked, but I could tell from his tone that he already knew the answer. The highest we have under contract is Elder Ming in the late elemental realm. Wei Guang frowned. Against a stellar realm cultivator. He didn't need to finish the sentence. I watched the 3 Wei men exchange looks, years of merchant training allowing them to have entire conversations without words. But for all their subtle communication and strategic thinking, one fact was brutally clear: there was nothing they could do. The cultivation world operated on simple rules. Power was everything, and the gap between realms was nearly impossible to bridge. A single stellar realm cultivator could easily destroy everyone in this compound, and as long as the Sun family was careful to maintain plausible deniability, no one would intervene. Even if everyone knew who was responsible, the sudden tragic demise of the Wei family would be nothing more than gossip fodder for a few weeks. After all, merchant clans rose and fell all the time, especially ones without powerful cultivators in their bloodline. Wei Yi stood abruptly. "I have a meeting to attend." His voice was perfectly controlled, but I caught a flash of something cold and desperate in his eyes before he smoothed his expression. Without another word, he walked out of the room. The mahjong tiles sat abandoned on the table, their patterns now seeming like mocking symbols of how quickly fortunes could change. Through the window, even Rocky had gone still, his stone features somehow managing to convey concern as he watched Lu Chen's frightened expression. I thought about what Azure had said about Wei Ye's reaction to the Two Suns' energy, about his ability to track chi movements despite claiming to be immortal. Whatever secrets the Wei family patriarch was hiding, I had a feeling we were about to find out what he'd do when pushed into a corner. The question was, would his hidden cards be enough to save his family from what was coming? Chapter 82. The Righteous Facade. Taoist Heyu lounged on the silk cushions, popping another spirit fruit into his mouth as he watched the Sun family's servants scurry about. The sweet juice trickled down his chin, and he made no move to wipe it away, letting it stain his pure white robes. Let them clean it up. That's what servants were for, after all. More wine, Venerable One? A young servant girl approached with a jade pitcher. Ah, yes, yes, he replied with his best wise elder voice, the one that had fooled countless sects over the centuries. But remember, young one, wine is like cultivation. One must savor each drop with mindfulness, lest the spirit become clouded. The girl's eyes widened at his wisdom, and he had to suppress a snicker. These mortals were all the same, so desperate for profound insights that they'd find deep meaning in absolute nonsense. He could probably tell them that picking their nose was a secret cultivation technique, and they'd do it religiously. As she poured the wine, he reflected on how absurdly easy this whole situation had been. A week ago, he'd been laying low in some backwater village, trying to avoid his old associates from the Blood Moon sect. Then the Sun family's representatives had shown up, practically begging for a powerful cultivator to help them deal with their Wei family problem. It had been almost insulting how simple the task was. Those elemental realm cultivators the Wei family had hired might as well have been mortals compared to him. One blast of stellar realm chi had been enough to turn them to ash. The mysterious deaths had sent exactly the message the Sun family wanted: cross us, and you'll disappear. And now he was being treated like an immortal descended from the heavens. The finest foods, the most expensive wines, servants attending to his every whim, all for killing a few insects that weren't even worth the effort of drawing his sword. He reached for another spirit fruit, remembering the day he'd first discovered how profitable playing the righteous elder could be. He'd been running from the Blood Moon sect after a particularly messy betrayal, desperate for somewhere to hide. The idea had struck him when he'd overheard some villagers talking about expecting a famous righteous cultivator to visit. A quick change of clothes, some rehearsed platitudes about karma and virtue, and suddenly he was being welcomed as an honored guest. It had worked so well that he'd made it his primary scheme. Why rob people directly when you could get them to give you everything willingly? Venerable One? A soft voice interrupted his musings. Father asks if you would join us for the evening meal? Taoist Heyu turned to find Sun Meiyu, the eldest daughter of the Sun family patriarch, standing at a respectful distance. Ah, young mistress, he stood, adopting his kindly elder persona. Indeed, indeed. As the ancient wisdom says, a meal shared is a blessing doubled. He'd just made that up on the spot, but he saw her eyes light up. These fools were so easy to manipulate. Venerable One is truly wise, she bowed. Would you share more of your insights during the meal? Your words about the relationship between the morning dew and cultivation enlightened us all yesterday. He chuckled inwardly, remembering the complete nonsense he'd spouted about dewdrops containing the essence of heavenly wisdom. He'd been slightly drunk at the time and mostly talking about how wet grass was. Of course. Though remember, true wisdom is like a... He paused, pretending to consider deeply while actually just buying time to think of something suitably cryptic. Like a butterfly that lands only when we stop chasing it. Throughout the meal, he carefully played his part, stroking his long beard thoughtfully before speaking, nodding sagely at the simplest statements, and occasionally closing his eyes as if in deep meditation. The Sun family hung on his every word, even when he was literally just describing how to make soup but replacing normal words with cultivation terms. You see, he gestured with his chopsticks, when refining qi, one must treat their dantian like a simmering cauldron. First, gather the spiritual essence and let it bubble vigorously, just as you would bring a broth to a roiling boil. Then, when the qi begins to froth and surge, you must immediately reduce the spiritual pressure to its lowest point, letting the essence settle into a gentle simmer for precisely the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Amazing! Sun Meiyu's younger brother exclaimed. This might be what I needed to break through. If he actually tries that, his chi channels will literally explode. Heiyu thought to himself, hiding his smirk behind his wine cup. I'm literally just telling them how to make soup stock, bring to boil, then simmer. The sudden pressure change would shatter his meridians. He felt a familiar, darkly pleasant sensation as he imagined the boy's cultivation base slowly corrupting itself. This was his true path, the Tao of corruption he'd stumbled upon centuries ago. Every cultivator he led astray, every foundation he poisoned, every dream of immortality he twisted into nightmare. They all fed his own power. His inner world literally expanded with each ruined cultivation base, growing stronger as he destroyed the spiritual futures of others. He remembered the day he'd discovered this path. He'd been teaching deliberately flawed techniques to a young sect member under the disguise of a righteous old man, obviously planning to rob them once their guard was down. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. But as their meridians began to twist and their chi turned volatile, he'd felt it, his own cultivation surging forward, his inner world expanding as it absorbed the remnants of their shattered spiritual essence. Their suffering hadn't just pleased him, it had empowered him. Since then, he'd refined this approach into an art form. The look of betrayal in their eyes when they finally realized their master had led them down a path of destruction, that moment when hope turned to despair, each one was like a feast for his cultivation, far more potent than any mere spirit herb or pill. But something about the Sun family nagged at his instincts. They claimed to be mere merchants who'd struck it rich in the southern provinces before moving to Myriad City 5 years ago. A common enough tale, the city attracted ambitious traders like honey-drew flies. But Heiyu hadn't survived centuries of cultivation politics by taking things at face value. Their movements were too practiced, their servants too well-trained. He'd noticed how the guards maintained perfect formations during their patrols, the kind that spoke of military, or perhaps martial sect training. And then there were the warding formations he'd glimpsed around their compound. Subtle things, carefully hidden beneath more obvious merchants' protection arrays, but unmistakable to someone of his experience. No, these weren't simple merchants. The question was, what were they hiding? And more importantly, was there some ancient monster sleeping in their basement who might take offense to his planned activities? He'd seen it before, powerful cultivation families going merchant for a generation or two when politics got too hot, letting everyone forget their true nature before re-emerging. The last thing he needed was to start looting the place only to wake up some hibernating life realm grandfather who'd turn him into paste. So he watched and waited, teaching them harmful cultivation techniques not just out of spite, but to probe their reactions. A true cultivation family would spot the flaws in his teachings immediately. Their continued enthusiasm either meant they were genuine merchants playing at cultivation, or they were very, very good at maintaining their cover. He smiled benevolently as Sun Meiyu offered him another cup of wine. Remember, young one, the path to immortality requires patience above all else. The irony of his words made him want to laugh. He would be patient, indeed patient enough to ensure he wasn't walking into a trap. And if they really were just merchants who'd stumbled upon some cultivation resources, well, then he would take great pleasure in stripping them of everything valuable before destroying their cultivation foundations entirely. Venerable One, Lin Yu, one of the guests of the Sun family, shyly approached him after the meal. There's a beautiful lake just beyond the compound. They say the moonlight there has special properties for cultivation. Would you consider viewing it? Perhaps you could explain its significance. Heiyu stroked his beard thoughtfully, hiding his smirk. Another fool eager to destroy themselves with his teachings. It would be amusing to corrupt her cultivation along with the rest of the Sun family. Ah, the moon's wisdom does indeed shine brightest when properly appreciated, he said solemnly. Your spiritual sensitivity in noticing this shows promise. Perhaps. He paused for effect, watching her lean forward eagerly. Perhaps you are worthy of receiving some special instruction. Lu Yu's face lit up with joy. Truly? I would be honored to learn from Venerable One. I've studied all the basic arts, but I know I have so much more to learn. Yes, yes, he nodded as they walked toward the lake. I sense great potential in you, the kind that, if properly guided, could reach heights few dare dream of. All lies, of course. The techniques he planned to teach her would ensure she never advanced beyond the mortal realm. The lake came into view, its surface like black glass under the moonlight. Lu Yu walked slightly ahead, earnestly pointing out the spiritual formations she'd noticed in the area. Do you see how the moonlight reflects? She asked. I've always felt there was something special about it, but I never knew how to properly understand it. But before Heyu could reply, he noticed something odd. There was someone else there, a hooded figure standing at the lake's edge, perfectly still, like a statue carved from shadow. Something about the figure set off warning bells in his mind. He couldn't sense any chi at all from it, not even the basic life force all humans had. That wasn't normal. That wasn't possible. Every instinct honed over a millennia of cultivation screamed at him to retreat, to analyze the situation more carefully. But his greed and arrogance drowned out those warnings. What did it matter? He was a stellar realm cultivator. Nothing in this backwater city could possibly threaten him. You there, he called out, letting a trace of his stellar realm aura leak into his voice. This area is reserved for private meditation. Leave now. The figure didn't move, didn't even seem to acknowledge his presence. The lack of a response pricked at Heiyu's ego. How dare this nobody ignore him? Chapter 83. The Demonic Tao. Heiyu's patience had run out. With a surge of anger, he released his stellar realm aura, letting its full force blanket the area. The effect was immediate and devastating. Lu Yu felt it first, a crushing weight on her chest, as if an invisible stone pressed down on her. Her breathing became labored, each breath a desperate struggle. As the edges of her vision began to blur, she managed only a weak whisper, "Viven," before her legs gave out. The pressure of Heiyu's stellar realm chi transformed the landscape. Grass bent low as if caught in a hurricane. Trees creaked under the strain, and the lake's surface churned violently. Lu Yu's consciousness faded just as she saw something impossible. The hooded figure standing perfectly still, as though completely immune to pressure that would have killed any mortal instantly. Heiyu started to speak, but his words died in his throat as the figure slowly turned. Red eyes blazed in the darkness of the hood, illuminating a face that made Heiyu's blood run cold. The skin was a mess of burns and scars, twisted into patterns that seemed to slither as though they were alive. But it wasn't the disfigurement that made Heiyu's knees go weak. It was the aura that suddenly rolled off the figure. It was like standing at the edge of an abyss that had somehow caught fire. Waves of pure malevolence washed over him, carrying echoes of screams that had never quite faded. This was the kind of power he'd felt from the highest elders of the Blood Moon sect, the ones even other demonic cultivators feared.
No, Heyu stumbled backward.
No, please, I left. I swore I'd never reveal the sect's secrets. The figure said nothing, but those burning eyes seemed to see right through him, peeling back every layer of deception until his true nature was laid bare. I'll do anything. Heyu dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. I'll pay any price. Just please, don't dash. You don't know what it means to be a true demonic cultivator, the figure whispered. Heiyu's head snapped up at that, indignation momentarily overriding his terror. I was an elder of the Blood Moon sect. I've performed rituals that would make even other demonic cultivators, playing with darkness while pretending at light. The figure's burning eyes flickered briefly to Lu Yu's unconscious form. With a gesture that seemed jarringly gentle compared to its terrifying presence, it pulled out a small jade disc from within its robes. The disc floated through the air, coming to rest above the girl's body before expanding into a translucent dome of protective energy. Bands of chi wrapped around the dome like ribbons of moonlight, carefully lifting it and carrying it back toward the Sun family compound. Only when the protective barrier was well out of range did those burning eyes turn back to Heyu, causing the fake Taoist to scramble backward. You're nothing but a common thief wearing stolen robes, too weak to even own your true nature. The words struck deeper than any blade. How many years had he spent carefully crafting his false persona? How many times had he switched between righteous elder and demonic cultivator, choosing whichever mask best served his interests? Realizing that there was no way he would be able to escape, Heyu reached for the string of talismans hung around his neck. They were his trump cards, artifacts he'd stolen from the Blood Moon Sect's vaults before fleeing. Each one contained enough power to level a city. Stay back! He channeled his stellar realm chi into the first talisman, and crimson lightning exploded outward. The bolts weren't just electricity. They were condensed destruction energy that could atomize anything they touched, filling the air with the scent of burning reality itself. The hooded figure's hand swept up, trailing shadows like ink through water. Where the lightning struck the darkness, the two energies sparked and warred, sending shockwaves across the lake's surface. Heyu didn't waste time. The second talisman activated, and a wall of black ice erupted from the ground. This wasn't just frozen water, it was crystallized void energy that could freeze the very essence of things. The air around it crackled as moisture instantly crystallized, creating an expanding zone of absolute zero. The figure's burning eyes flared. A wave of dark flame met the advancing ice, and for a moment the two forces seemed to be equally matched. Steam hissed where they met, but this steam glowed with unnatural colors and burned holes in the ground where it fell. Third gate, Endless Abyss. Heyu activated the third talisman. Reality tore open as dozens of writhing tentacles of pure darkness burst forth. Each one could drain the life force from anything they touched. They raced forward, trying to encircle the figure. The figure's response was a display of masterful footwork. It danced between the tentacles. Where the shadows did manage to touch its cloak, they seemed to slide off like water from oil. But Heyu noticed something. The figure's movements weren't quite as smooth as they should be. There was a slight tremor, a barely perceptible hesitation between steps. Hope bloomed in Heiyu's chest. His opponent was powerful, yes, but not invincible. Maybe he could actually survive this. With this realization, he reached for his ultimate weapon, a small bell covered in bloody runes. Soul Severance Chime. The bell rang out with the voices of 1,000 tortured spirits. Reality itself seemed to crack around the sound waves, the very fabric of space warping as the bell's power reached for the figure's soul. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. For a moment, the figure faltered, its outline blurred, as if its very essence was being pulled apart by the bell's resonance. But then those burning eyes blazed brighter, and a black flame appeared in its raised hand. The flame was tiny at first, no larger than a candle's flicker. But there was something fundamentally wrong about it. It seemed to bend light around itself, as if it was burning something more essential than mere matter. The figure flicked its wrist, and the flame expanded explosively. It moved with terrible purpose, not like normal fire at all, but like a living thing with a mind of its own. Where it touched the black ice, the frozen void energy hissed and evaporated. The tentacles tried to drain its power but withered instead, consumed by something even darker than themselves. Heyu poured more power into the bell, making the soul-rending sound rise to a fever pitch. But the black flame simply ate the sound itself, leaving behind a silence deeper than the absence of noise. No, no, no! Heyu tried to run, but his legs wouldn't respond. The flame had wrapped around, but what it was burning wasn't his flesh. He could feel it consuming his spiritual energy, his cultivation base, his inner world, everything he'd spent thousands of years building. Please! He whispered one final time, but even those words were consumed by the hungry darkness. The last thing he ever saw was those burning eyes watching him with something almost like pity, or was it disgust? The black flame reached his core, and Taoist Heyu thief, murderer, and pretender crumbled to ash on the night wind. The hooded figure stood motionless for a moment, then swayed dangerously to one side like a tree in a storm. One hand shot out to steady itself against empty air before slowly, painfully straightening back to its full height. When it rose into the air, its flight was anything but smooth. Like a wounded bird struggling to stay aloft, it flew through the sky. Not far from the Wei compound, the figure's strength finally gave out. Instead of the graceful landing typical of cultivators, it plummeted into a small clearing, crashing hard and tumbling across the ground before coming to rest in a heap of tangled robes. For several long moments, it lay there, perfectly still except for the ragged rise and fall of its chest. When it finally tried to push itself up, its arms trembled violently, barely able to support its own weight. A wet, hacking cough shook its frame, and dark liquid splattered the ground beneath its hidden face. "My love!" A pained voice broke the silence of the clearing. Wei Ting stepped out from behind a nearby tree with tears in her eyes. She rushed forward, dropping to her knees beside the fallen figure. With gentle hands, she helped it into a sitting position, supporting most of its weight against her shoulder. "What happened?" she asked softly. "Took out the trash," the figure rasped. Another cough racked its frame, more blood staining the ground. He didn't understand. The true demonic Tao isn't about indulging base desires or wearing masks of righteousness. It's about accepting the fundamental darkness of existence, understanding that creation requires destruction. That true power comes from embracing the void itself. A shuddering breath. But he was just a thief, playing at being both light and dark, understanding neither. "You're not part of that world anymore," Wei Ting whispered. "No," the figure agreed, its burning red eyes dimming slightly. "I let go of that path. For you. For our family." Another violent cough interrupted its words. Wei Ting's hand trembled as she reached for the scarred face beneath the hood. The figure turned away sharply, but it couldn't hide its twisted flesh. "And now this power is killing you," she said, her voice breaking. "Your body can't handle that kind of power anymore. Why would you use it again?" "Better me than our family," the figure growled, though the effect was somewhat ruined by another violent cough. "The Sun family's pet cultivator won't be threatening anyone anymore." With trembling fingers that looked more like twisted claws, the figure reached beneath its robes and pulled out a white pendant. The chain seemed to be made of pure moonlight, giving off a silver glow that illuminated the clearing around them. The figure's body went rigid as streams of dark energy were pulled from its flesh, flowing into the pendant like water down a drain. The transformation that followed was both beautiful and terrible to witness. The twisted scar tissue began to smooth and heal, features rearranging themselves like clay being reshaped by invisible hands. The burning red eyes dimmed and changed, color flowing back into them like ink spreading through water. Within moments, Wei Yi sat where the horror had been. But this was not the composed patriarch who commanded respect with just his presence. No, this Wei Yi was pale-faced with dark circles beneath his eyes as though he was on the brink of death. "The boy," he forced out through bloodless lips. "Healing." The words seemed to take the last of his strength. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed forward, his weight suddenly too much for Wei Ting to support. She managed to break his fall somewhat, but he still hit the ground hard, the silver pendant falling from his limp fingers to land in the blood-spattered grass. Chapter 84. The Healer. I woke to an urgent pounding on my door, the kind that suggested someone was using their entire fist rather than just knuckles. For a moment, I lay there blinking at the unfamiliar ceiling of the Wei family guest room, trying to orient myself. The events of yesterday flooded back, the breakthrough, building the terrain in my inner world. The Sun family financially crippling the Wei family. Wei Ye's strange expression as he left. More pounding, right? "Master," Azure's voice held a note of concern. "There's no chi disturbance suggesting battle, but Wei Lin is quite determined to get your attention." I rolled out of bed, grabbed an outer robe to throw over my sleeping clothes, and made my way to the door. When I opened it, I found Wei Lin, but his usual composed demeanor was completely shattered. His hair was disheveled as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly, and his eyes held a wild, almost desperate look. "You have to come," he said, already grabbing my arm. "Now." "Wei Lin, what's—" I started to ask, but he was already dragging me down the hallway. I had to stumble-skip to avoid falling as he practically ran, still maintaining his death grip on my sleeve. It's father, he finally explained, his voice cracking slightly. He's ill. Really ill. I frowned. Cultivators didn't get ill, our chi naturally fought off disease. And while Wei Yi claimed to be immortal, I'd seen enough to doubt that. Even if he wasn't actively cultivating, he had access to enough resources that common illnesses shouldn't be an issue. Has a physician seen him? I asked, increasing my pace to match Wei Lin's frantic stride. Mother said not to tell anyone, he replied, his tone suggesting he didn't understand it either. She was very specific. No physicians, no servants, just you. Me. I stopped walking so abruptly that Wei Lin's grip on my sleeve nearly tore the fabric. He nodded, looking as confused as I felt. Mother seems certain that only you can help him. But why would she think? I started to ask, but Wei Lin was already pulling me forward again. As we hurried through the compound's winding corridors, my mind raced. I wasn't any sort of healer. Sure, I had the Woodweave seal, but that was for surface wounds, not illness. Was it because they'd seen me channel the Blue Sun's energy? But how would they even know about its healing properties? Master. Azure's voice held a warning note. Remember how Wei Yi seemed to recognize something? Perhaps this isn't as unexpected as it seems. Before I could pursue that thought, we arrived at Wei Yi's private chambers. The scene inside made me stop dead in my tracks. Wei Yi lay motionless on an enormous bed. His skin so pale it was nearly translucent. Dark circles beneath his eyes made them look sunken, and his chest barely moved with shallow breaths. Wei Ting sat beside him, clutching one of his hands in both of hers. Her elegant robes were wrinkled as if she'd been there all night, and her eyes were red-rimmed from crying. Wei Guang stood by the window, his usual confident posture replaced by helpless tension. Through the glass behind him, I could see Rocky's massive stone face peering in, his rough features somehow managing to convey concern. Even Lu Chun was there, standing quietly in a corner, looking very small and lost. You came. Wei Ting's voice was barely a whisper. She gestured for me to approach. Please, you have to save him. I took a hesitant step forward. I don't understand. How could I possibly? Before he lost consciousness, she interrupted. He said you could heal him, that you were the only one who could. I studied Wei Ye's face, then looked back at Wei Ting. What happened to him? When did this start? I don't know, she replied, but something in her expression made me doubt that. After his meeting last night, he came home and just collapsed. Master, Azure's voice was thoughtful. She's lying. Or at least not telling the whole truth. I caught that too. Looking around the room, I saw nothing but desperate hope in the faces watching me. Wei Lin, who'd become a true friend. Wei Guang, trying to maintain his composure even as fear for his father showed in his eyes. Lu Chen, who probably saw Wei Yi as the closest thing to a father figure he'd had in a long time. Azure, I thought back. Could this be some kind of ploy? Is Wei Yi after the Blue Sun's energy? If it is a ploy, it's an extremely committed one, Azure replied. My analysis shows his vital signs are critically low. He's genuinely dying. I weighed my options carefully. Using the Blue Sun's energy on someone else was risky. I'd seen firsthand how it could drive people mad with religious fervor. But was that better or worse than letting Wei Lin's father die? Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Looking at Wei Lin's desperate face made the decision easier. Whatever Wei Ye's secrets or motives, he was still my friend's father. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. I'll try, I said, moving to Wei Ye's bedside. But I've never attempted anything like this before. I don't know if it will work. Wei Ting moved aside, though she kept hold of her husband's hand. I placed my palm on Wei Ye's forehead and closed my eyes, reaching for the Blue Sun's energy. The familiar righteous power flooded through me, making my eyes flash azure. As I prepared to channel it into Wei Ye's body, I did something normally considered a severe breach of privacy. I extended my spiritual sense into his body. In Cultivation Society, examining someone's meridians without permission was taboo, akin to stripping them naked in public. Even medical cultivators sought explicit consent before such examinations. But in life-or-death situations like this, the taboo was waved out of necessity. What I found made me catch my breath. Wei Yi had no meridians. Not blocked ones, not damaged ones. No meridians at all. Even mortals with zero cultivation talent had meridians, even if they were thin and unsuitable for qi circulation. Having no meridians wasn't just rare, it was impossible. Every living being in this world has them. They were as fundamental as having a heart or lungs. I almost pulled back in shock, but forced myself to maintain the connection. The blue sun's energy poured into the impossible void where meridians should be, and something extraordinary happened. Like water filling invisible channels, the energy began tracing patterns through Wei Ye's body. It was as if the memory of meridians remained, even though the structures themselves were gone. Color bloomed beneath Wei Ye's skin, spreading outward from where my palm touched his forehead. The deathly pallor receded like frost melting in sunlight, replaced by healthier tones. The dark circles beneath his eyes faded, taking years off his appearance. His shallow, rattling breaths deepened and steadied. Most remarkably, where the blue sun's energy flowed, I could see something like scar tissue dissolving, not physical scars, but spiritual ones. It was as if Wei Ye's entire energy system had been burned away and had roughly healed over. Now, under the influence of the blue sun's energy, those spiritual scars were softening, allowing energy to flow once more. Before I could ask Azure about this impossible phenomenon, someone gasped, probably Lu Chun. As Wei Ye's eyes snapped open, they glowed with the same azure light as mine, but then something else flickered in them, that same maniacal righteous fervor I'd seen in the priests. For a terrifying moment, I thought I'd made a horrible mistake. But Wei Ye's face contorted in what looked like intense concentration, and the madness receded. His eyes returned to their normal color, though they retained a slight azure tinge. "Father!" Wei Lin's voice broke as he rushed forward. Wei Yi sat up slowly, looking at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I feel restored," he said, his voice holding a note of wonder. The room erupted in emotion. Wei Ting threw her arms around her husband, sobbing in relief. Wei Guang's carefully maintained composure cracked as he joined the family embrace. Lu Chun bounced on his toes, grinning widely, while Rocky's stone face split in what might have been an attempt at a smile. I started to step back, feeling like an intruder on the family moment, but Wei Lin caught me in a fierce hug, nearly knocking the wind out of me. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. I stood there awkwardly for a moment, realizing with a start that this might be the first time anyone had hugged me in this world. Felt nice. "When did you learn healing techniques?" Lin Mei asked, and I realized she must have arrived at some point during the commotion. Wei Lin released me and stepped back, wiping his eyes. "Yeah. Why didn't you tell us you could do this?" I shrugged, trying to look casual. "It's just a technique from the World Tree Sutra. I honestly didn't know if it would work." Wei Yi swung his legs over the side of the bed, waving off his wife's concerned protests. "Young Ku-in," he said, and for once his voice held no calculation, just simple gratitude. "You have my deepest thanks." I shifted uncomfortably. "It was nothing, Guang." Wei Yi interrupted. "Go fetch the earth essence." I looked at him in surprise. "Earth essence?" But I'd already. Wei Yi laughed at my expression. "My boy mentioned you were searching for it. Consider it a token of my gratitude." "No, really, I didn't do this for any reward." "Ridiculous." Wei Yi cut me off again. "You saved my life. This is the least I can do." Wei Guang returned with a jade box similar to the one that had held the wind essence. Despite my protests, he also handed me a ring, a storage ring, I realized with excitement. Finally, every Xianxia protagonist seemed to get one of these early on, and I'd been wondering when my turn would come. "There's 10,000 spirit stones inside," Wei Guang explained. "For saving our father." My eyes widened at the amount. 10,000 spirit stones. I'd never held that much wealth in my hands before. That was more than what some of the outer disciples would see in their entire time at the sect. But I still accepted both gifts, knowing further protests would be pointless. Besides, the storage ring would be incredibly useful, and I could always find a use for the earth essence even if I didn't need it for breakthrough anymore. All right, everyone out, Wei Ting announced. My husband needs rest. But mother, Wei Lin started to protest. No buts. She cut him off, though she had a smile on her face. Your father isn't going anywhere. Lu Chun lingered by the window where Rocky's massive stone face peered in. Is Master Wei really okay now? I'm fine, young one, Wei Yi assured him, though I wouldn't mind if you and Rocky kept watch outside, just in case. Lu Chen's face lit up at being given such an important task. We won't let anyone suspicious near. He hurried out, and through the window I could see Rocky straightening to his full height, taking his new guard duty very seriously. Brother, shouldn't someone stay? Wei Guang began. I'll be with him, Wei Ting interrupted. Now shoo, all of you. Lin Mei, who had been quietly observing everything, tugged on Wei Lin's sleeve. Come on, your father's in good hands. Besides, didn't you volunteer to supervise morning training? Wei Lin's eyes widened. The recruits. I completely forgot. He rushed out, calling back, Father, I'll check on you later. As the others filed out, I turned back to Wei Yi. How did you know I could help? A distant look entered his eyes. In my younger days, I encountered someone with an aura very similar to yours, he said softly. That young man could do incredible things. Healing was just one of them. I opened my mouth to ask more questions, but Wei Ting was already herding me toward the door with surprising strength for a supposedly mortal woman. Master. Azure's voice was unusually serious as we walked back to our room. Wei Yi isn't a normal human. I almost laughed. Yes, I think we established that already. No, Azure said. Based on my analysis of his body when you were healing him, Wei Yi isn't human at all. He's an artificial being, a construct of some kind. Those weren't missing meridians we saw. They were manufactured channels that had burned out. I stopped walking. What? Chapter 85, Book 1 Epilogue. Back in my guest room, I sat cross-legged on the bed, still trying to process what Azure had just told me. The pale morning light filtering through the window did nothing to make the situation feel more real. An artificial being? I repeated, running my fingers through my hair. How is that even possible? Only a cultivator above the life realm could create something so complex, Azure explained. Those weren't just missing meridians we saw. They were manufactured channels that had completely burned out, like circuitry that had been overloaded. I thought about Wei Ye's appearance when we'd found him this morning. Pale, lifeless, barely breathing. Then that moment when the blue sun's energy had filled those invisible channels, bringing him back from the brink. That's why the blue sun's energy worked, I mused. It's similar to life realm energy in some ways, isn't it? Both are fundamentally about creation and restoration. Yes, Azure agreed. The blue sun's energy is saturated with life force. For a construct like Wei Yi, it would be like receiving a transfusion of something very close to his original power source. I flopped backward onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. What does that make Wei Lin and Wei Guang then? Are they? No, Azure replied quickly. I've analyzed them both extensively. They're completely human, though that raises even more questions. You're telling me. I sat up again, unable to stay still. How does an artificial being have human children? Is Wei Ting human? Did she know what he was when they married? The questions tumbled out faster than I could process them. Azure was quiet for a moment. Perhaps we're thinking about this wrong, he finally said. We're assuming Wei Yi was always artificial. What if he was human once? That stopped my spiral of questions. You mean someone transformed him? But why would? A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Young Master Kuyin? It was one of the servants. Master Wei Guang requests your presence in the study. I exchanged a mental look with Azure before responding. I'll be right there. The walls of the Wei family's study were lined with books and scrolls. A massive desk carved from rare thunderwood sat opposite the door, and there were windows that offered a perfect view of the compound's main courtyard. Wei Guang stood by one of these windows, his usual composed demeanor slightly ruffled. "Ah, Ku-in," he turned as I entered. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I thought you should know. We just received some interesting news about the Sun family's situation." I raised an eyebrow, trying to look merely curious rather than intensely interested. "Oh, it seems their stellar realm cultivator has vanished." Wei Guang's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Apparently, he took their initial payment and disappeared sometime last night. Their whole plan is in shambles." Last night, the same night Wei Yi had nearly died. "How convenient," I said carefully. Wei Guang's almost smile widened slightly. "Isn't it just? Father always said timing was everything in business." He paused, his expression growing more serious. "Though there's something strange about the whole affair. Before he disappeared, this Taoist gave some lectures at the Sun family compound. Several qi condensation cultivators who attended experienced qi deviation afterward. Even one of their elemental realm experts was affected. That caught my attention. Qi deviation in an elemental realm cultivator? That shouldn't be possible from just listening to a lecture. Were there any casualties? Most recovered, though they're severely weakened." He turned back to the window. "The Sun family paid him an enormous sum up front. For a stellar realm cultivator to abandon such a lucrative contract, especially after deliberately harming his employer's forces. Maybe he found a better offer?" I suggested, watching Wei Guang's reflection in the glass. "Maybe." His tone made it clear he didn't believe that for a second. Or maybe he encountered something that made him reconsider his career choices. I thought about Wei Ye's condition this morning, about Azure's discovery of his true nature. What kind of being could frighten a stellar realm cultivator into breaking a contract and fleeing? "Master," Azure's voice held a warning note. "Remember what we sensed when healing Wei Yi? Those weren't just burned-out channels. There were traces of something else, something dark." Before I could pursue that thought, there was a light knock on the study door. Lin Mei poked her head in, her usual cheerful expression slightly hesitant. "Sorry to interrupt," she said, "but we should start thinking about heading back to the sect soon. Senior Sister Lu will be expecting us." Wei Guang nodded. "Of course. We wouldn't want to delay your return any longer than we already have." He turned to me with a warm smile. "The Wei family owes you a great debt, young Master Ku-in." I waved off his words, still uncomfortable with their gratitude. "Really, it was nothing. You saved our father's life," he interrupted firmly. "That is never nothing." His expression shifted then, something cold and calculating entering his eyes. "And as for the Sun family, well, they're about to learn why you don't try to destroy a tiger without making absolutely sure of the kill first." The way he said it, the tone, the slight curl of his lip, the dangerous glint in his eyes, it was so similar to Wei Yi that for a moment I could barely tell the difference between father and son. "The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement." Whatever the Wei family was planning, I was glad I wouldn't be around to witness it. Lin Mei waited until we were in the hallway before speaking again. "Since we're heading back anyway," she said casually, "I was thinking, your family's village isn't too far off our route. It'll only add a few more days to our journey. We could stop by if you'd like." My heart skipped a beat. The original Ku Yin's family. I hadn't let myself think about them much, but Lin Mei's suggestion brought all those complicated feelings rushing back. I swallowed hard. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" she asked, genuine confusion in her voice. "You've advanced so much in just a few months. Your parents would be so proud." And there was the problem. A few months. The original Ku-in had only left home a few months ago. Not nearly enough time for the dramatic changes in personality and behavior to seem natural. In cultivation novels, Protagonists who took over other people's bodies always seemed to fool everyone so easily. But reality wasn't so simple. How could I face two people who had raised their son from birth? Who knew every expression, every gesture, every little habit? Even if I could somehow explain away the personality changes as cultivation enlightenment or something similar, there would be countless tiny tells. The way I held chopsticks, the foods I instinctively reached for, how I laughed or frowned or scratched my nose. 1,000 little things that would feel wrong to parents who had watched their child grow up. I took a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. It was hard enough saying goodbye the first time. I don't want to put them through that again so soon. They need time to adjust to me being gone, and I need time to focus on my cultivation. Lin May's expression softened. That's really thoughtful of you. It must be difficult, but you're right. Sometimes being kind means staying away. I managed a weak smile, grateful she had accepted my excuse. The guilt of deceiving her, of deceiving everyone, sat heavy in my chest. But what choice did I have? Sorry, I'm not actually Kuin. I'm just borrowing his body. Wasn't exactly a conversation I could ever have. The next few hours passed in a blur of preparations and goodbyes. Mother, we can't possibly carry all this. Wei Lin protested, watching servants bring out yet another basket of food. He touched the storage ring on his finger. Even with my ring, there's a limit. Growing cultivators need proper nutrition. Wei Ting insisted, directing servants to stack supplies near Rocky. And Rocky eat lot. Rocky rumbled proudly, making Lu Chun grin from his perch on the stone guardian's shoulder. Don't worry, Auntie, Lu Chun called down, helping to secure baskets to Rocky's broad shoulders. Rocky's really strong. He can carry tons. Now remember, Wei Ting fussed with Wei Lin's robes. I've packed healing talismans, emergency signals. Mother, Wei Lin protested, though he didn't pull away. We're cultivators, not children going to the market. You'll always be my child, she replied, pulling him into a tight hug. Before he could escape, she had somehow grabbed Lin Mei as well, enveloping them both. Lin Mei, Wei Ting's voice grew thick with emotion. Please keep an eye on my foolish son. Mother, Wei Lin's muffled protest came from somewhere in the group hug. Wei Guang, who was watching from the side, maintained his dignified stance right up until Wei Lin broke free and tackled him with a hug that nearly sent them both sprawling. Stay safe, Wei Guang whispered, his composed facade cracking as he returned the embrace. Always, Wei Lin promised. I stood back, watching the family moment, absently turning my new storage ring. The weight still felt foreign on my finger, a sudden jump from having nothing to managing a ring full of spirit stones and resources. Through the bustle, I noticed Wei Yi walk over. He looked completely recovered, though I noticed he wore a white pendant that seemed to glow faintly in the morning light. Master, Azure's voice held a note of unease. That pendant, there's something not right about it. The energy signature is unlike anything I've encountered. It's almost as if it's consuming something. Before I could process that, Wei Yi approached. Up close, the pendant's glow seemed to pulse ever so slightly, like a heartbeat. That man you mentioned, I said quietly, trying not to stare at the artifact. The one with similar energy to mine. Who was he? Wei Yi's expression darkened, one hand unconsciously moving to touch the pendant. Pray you never meet him, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Some paths, once walked, can never be fully abandoned. The pendant's reaction intensified when he touched it, Azure observed. It's definitely not a normal cultivation tool. The energy patterns, they're almost like the channels we saw in his body, but inverted somehow. I wanted to ask more questions about the man, about the pendant, about Wei Yi himself, but something in his eyes stopped me. Instead, I bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. I think I'm the one who should be thanking you. He reached out as if to pat my shoulder, then seemed to think better of it. Safe travels, young Kuin. And watch yourself at the sect. Power draws attention, and not all attention is welcome. Wei Lin called out that we should get moving if we wanted to make good time. I nodded to Wei Yi and turned to join my friends, leaving the mysteries of Wei Yi and his true nature behind. For now, at least. As our small group passed through Myriad Path City's gates, I couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed in such a short time. I'd arrived at the Wei compound as a third-stage qi condensation cultivator, nervous about my first time leaving the sect. Now, around 2 weeks later, I was leaving as a fifth-stage cultivator with an inner world that defied convention. I glanced at my companions, Wei Lin and Lin Mei, chatting happily, still firmly in the third stage of qi condensation. Even Rocky, for all his impressive size and strength, was only at the fifth stage like me. It felt strange being the strongest in our little group, but also nice. Not in an arrogant way, but in the sense that I could better protect my friends if needed. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my thoughts. You're smiling. I realized, despite all the complications and mysteries, despite the weight of secrets I carried, I felt content. I had friends who saw me as me, not as the person whose body I inhabited. I had power growing at a rate that would make any Xianxia protagonist proud. And most importantly, I had a path forward that was entirely my own. Just thinking about how far we've come, I replied mentally as we walked down the road, leaving the city behind, and wondering what's next. Your two sons are preening again. I think they like it when you acknowledge your progress. I had to stifle a laugh. Sure enough, both the red and blue suns were putting on quite a show in my inner world, their light display making the Genesis seed's branches cast ever-shifting shadows across the terrain. Show-offs, I thought back. Then, more seriously, Azure, what Wei Yi said about paths that can't be abandoned. Do you think he was talking about the demonic Tao? Perhaps, Azure replied thoughtfully, though I suspect there's more to his story than simple cultivation gone wrong. I nodded absently, watching Lu Chun demonstrate some kind of dramatic story to Rocky, complete with wild hand gestures that nearly sent him tumbling off the stone guardian's shoulder. One mystery at a time, I decided. For now, let's focus on getting everyone back to the sect safely. Then we can worry about artificial beings, mysterious cultivators, and whatever other surprises are waiting for us. A wise choice, Azure agreed. Though I do hope you realize that by saying that, you've practically guaranteed we'll run into at least 3 life-or-death situations before reaching the sect. I groaned. Don't even joke about that. This isn't some cultivation novel where the protagonist can't travel 10 miles without encountering ancient ruins or young masters looking to cause trouble. Of course not. Azure's voice was perfectly serious. I'm sure our journey will be completely uneventful. You're mocking me, aren't you? I would never, Master. Chapter 86. A Familiar Face. Despite Azure's ominous prediction about encountering life-or-death situations on our journey back to the sect, the first few days were surprisingly peaceful. The weather was mild, the roads were clear, no cultivators targeting our elemental friend, and we hadn't seen a single young master looking to cause trouble. It was almost suspicious how smoothly everything was going. That is, until Rocky started acting strange. We'd been walking for around another 4 hours when I noticed the Stone Guardian's usually steady movements becoming increasingly erratic. He would take a few steps, pause as if confused, then stumble forward again. Lu Chun, perched on his shoulder as usual, had to repeatedly grab onto Rocky's craggy protrusions to keep from falling off. Rocky, Lu Chun whispered into what looked like its ears. Are you okay? The Stone Guardian's response was a low rumble that sounded more like shifting gravel than his usual attempt at speech. His massive form swayed dangerously. Something's wrong, Lin Mei said, moving closer to the pair. He's never this unsteady. I reached out with my spiritual sense, trying to get a read on Rocky's condition. Master, his chi, it's surging wildly. The pattern is similar to a breakthrough. I finished mentally, examining the chaotic energy flows more carefully. Yes, all those spirit-rich stones the Wei family fed him seem to have accelerated his cultivation. The energy is building up faster than his body can properly process it. That explained the clumsiness. Iraqi was essentially spiritual drunk on an overdose of high-quality cultivation resources. I quickly explained what I was seeing to the others. A breakthrough. Lu Chen's eyes went wide. Really? Rocky's gonna get stronger. Wei Lin nodded. Makes sense. Those weren't ordinary rocks my family gave him. They were mining waste from spiritual veins. Even the dregs would be packed with energy compared to normal stones. Is it dangerous? Lin Mei asked, watching as Rocky stumbled again, nearly crushing a small tree. Not exactly, I said, still monitoring his chi fluctuations. But we should probably find somewhere safe for him to process all this energy. Preferably before he accidentally steps on someone. As if to emphasize my point, Rocky let out another gravelly rumble and slowly began to curl in on himself. His normally distinct features started to blur and shift. It's okay, Lu Chun called out to us, patting what was quickly becoming a more boulder-like surface. He does this sometimes when he needs to rest. He'll be super strong when he wakes up. We watched in fascination as Rocky's humanoid form completely collapsed in on itself, leaving behind what appeared to be nothing more than a large, somewhat spiritually active boulder. Lu Chun hopped down and gave his friend's new form an affectionate pat. He'll protect us better than ever when he's done, the boy declared with absolute confidence. You'll see. Well, Wei Lin said after a moment. I suppose that solves the problem of where to leave him. No one will look twice at another boulder by the roadside. But will he be okay by himself? Lu Chun asked with a frown. An elemental guardian's breakthrough is actually safer when it's alone, Lin Mei explained gently. No distractions, no foreign energy signatures to interfere with the process. And Rocky's smart. He'll be able to find us at the way station once he's finished. Lu Chun still looked uncertain, but nodded. Okay, but we'll wait for him at the station, right? Of course, I assured him. He shouldn't take more than a day or two. After carefully positioning Rocky Boulder in a defensible spot and marking it with a simple detection formation, courtesy of Wei Lin, to warn us if anyone approached, we continued toward the nearby way station. When we arrived at the gates, I couldn't help but remember my last visit. The young master's casual cruelty. The mock duel that ended in murder. The way everyone simply accepted it as business as usual. The memory left a bitter taste in my mouth. That look on your face, Wei Lin said quietly as we walked. You're thinking about what happened last time, aren't you? I nodded, not bothering to deny it. The image of Li Yuan's broken body being consumed by spiritual flame was still vivid in my memory. We'll be fine, he assured me. We're Azure Peak disciples. No one's going to bother us unless they're from another major sect. And even then, they'd have to be really stupid to start trouble with fellow disciples so close to sect territory. Besides, Lin Mei added with a smile, you're stronger now, and we know better than to get involved in young master drama. They had a point. Still, I couldn't help but feel tense. The guards at the gate barely glanced at our Azure Peak sect tokens before waving us through. Inside, the way station was bustling with its usual mix of merchants, travelers, and cultivators. Since we're here, Wei Lin grinned. Why don't we actually look around this time? Now that you're not completely broke. I touched the storage ring on my finger, where the 11,000 spirit stones lay hidden. The marketplace was a cultivation resource wonderland. One stall displayed rows of spirit herbs, their leaves still gleaming with morning dew despite being preserved in special jade boxes. Another offered an array of formation flags and talismans. A third showcased cultivation manuals and technique scrolls, though I noticed most were fairly basic. The really good stuff would never be sold so openly. As I wandered between the stalls, I couldn't help but notice how quickly my mental calculations of prices put things into perspective. Turns out, even with 11,000 spirit stones, I was still poor by cultivation world standards. A single high-grade spirit herb could cost thousands of stones. Weapons? Tens of thousands, minimum. And don't even get me started on resources for the inner world. You're thinking about money, Azure observed. Is it that obvious? You've got that same look you had when reviewing cultivation technique prices at the sect. You're trying to figure out how to increase your resources efficiently. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. He wasn't wrong. In this world, there were really only a few reliable ways to make serious money as a lower realm cultivator. Alchemy was probably the most common. Creating pills and elixirs was always profitable. But the resource investment would eat through my spirit stones quickly, with no guarantee of success. Plus, if I messed up, the consequences could be literally explosive. Then there were formations. Less flashy than alchemy, but potentially just as lucrative. Basic formations for security, storage, or enhancement were always in demand. The initial investment was lower too, mainly tools and materials for drawing and anchoring the formations. But the learning curve was steep, requiring a deep understanding of spiritual geometry and energy flow patterns. The runes from the Two Suns world, Azure pointed out, they're essentially a type of formation. You already have experience working with complex energy patterns. That was actually a good point. I glanced down at the silvery tree pattern hidden under my robe. The Two Suns rune system was incredibly intricate, yet it had always felt natural to me. Maybe that wasn't just luck. I wonder, I mused, how would formations in this world react to being powered by the sun's energy instead of normal spiritual power? Only one way to find out, Azure replied, though I'd recommend mastering the basics before experimenting with alternative power sources. Formations can be volatile when mishandled. I nodded, coming to a decision. I'd try both paths, alchemy and formations, and see which one I had more talent for. But formations seemed like the logical place to start, given my existing experience with energy patterns. Interested in formation crafting? Wei Lin's voice broke into my thoughts. I realized I'd been staring at a stall selling formation tools for several minutes. Thinking about it, I admitted. Would it be better to get the basic equipment from the sect? Wei Lin made a face. The sect's starter kits are functional, but they buy in bulk for outer disciples, so the quality is pretty basic. If you're serious about learning formations, I'd recommend investing in better tools now. It'll save you frustration later. The formation tool stall was run by an elderly man with ink-stained fingers, clear signs of someone who worked with formations regularly. His display showed everything from basic scribing tools to complex array anchors. Looking for anything specific? The old man asked, his gaze sharp despite his relaxed posture. A beginner's set, I replied, but quality tools that will last. He nodded and brought out several cases. These are my standard starting sets. Each contains a primary scribing brush with adjustable chi flow, a set of measurement calipers calibrated for spiritual geometries, basic array anchors in copper and jade, and a formation testing stone. I examined the tools carefully while Azure pointed out subtle details about their construction. The brushes were well made, with cores that would channel chi cleanly. The calipers showed precise markings for standard formation angles. Even the testing stones were properly cut to reveal their crystal structure. The jade in these anchors, Azure noted, it's from a secondary spiritual vein. Good enough for learning, but they'll need to be replaced for any serious work. I used that observation in my bargaining, along with pointing out a slight misalignment in one of the caliper's joints. The old man's eyes lit up as we negotiated, clearly enjoying the discussion of technical details. We eventually settled on 800 spirit stones for a modified set, slightly higher grade scribing brush, better calipers, and an extra testing stone in exchange for accepting the cheaper anchors. Wei Lin clapped me on the back as we left the stall. Not bad at all. We'll make a proper merchant of you yet. Consider yourself an honorary Wei at this point. Speaking of shopping, my gaze fell on a stall selling training weapons. Lu Chun had been eyeing a particular practice sword earlier, trying to be subtle about his interest. The boy clearly had some martial arts foundation, probably from his mysterious background he avoided talking about. A proper training weapon would be better than the stick he currently practiced with. The sword was simple but well-made, sized for a younger practitioner. The blade was blunted appropriately for training, and the balance was good. At 50 spirit stones, it was expensive for a practice weapon, but Lu Chen's expression when I handed him the wrapped sword was priceless. He tried to protest that it was too much, but I could see how his hands clutched the weapon protectively. Consider it payment for all the entertainment you've provided, I told him. Besides, someone needs to keep Rocky in line when he wakes up stronger. The boy's eyes welled up slightly before he quickly blinked away the tears. Thank you, Big Brother Kuin. Something warm bloomed in my chest at those words. Was this how it felt to have a younger sibling? I'd been an only child in my previous life, and the original Kuin had been too. The feeling was nice. My musings were interrupted by Lin Mei's excited squeal. She was presenting Wei Lin with what appeared to be a matched pair of jade pendants, each carved with delicate communication formations. They're linked, she explained, her cheeks slightly pink. So we can still talk even when we're in different parts of the sect. Wei Lin's face turned an interesting shade of red as he accepted his pendant, especially when he noticed my amused smile. Oh, shut up, he muttered, giving me a shove. You'd understand if you weren't always training and actually talked to girls occasionally. The push caught me off guard, sending me stumbling sideways, directly into the path of a cloaked figure I hadn't noticed approaching. We collided with enough force to make the person's hood fall back slightly. Time seemed to slow as I caught a glimpse of the face beneath the hood. My blood ran cold. That face couldn't be. But the angular features, the proud set of the jaw, the familiar righteous bearing. It was impossible, yet I was staring right at him. Li Yuan. The same Li Yuan I had watched die at the way station. His body and soul burned to ash by spiritual flame. Chapter 87. A soul expert? The figure quickly pulled their hood back into place and hurried past without a word, leaving me frozen in place.
Qu'est-ce Cohen?
Wei Lin's voice seemed to come from very far away. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. A ghost, or something worse. Because if what I had just seen was real, then either I was going crazy, or there was something very, very wrong with the world. I'm fine, I managed to say once the figure had disappeared, though my voice sounded strange even to my own ears. Just thought I recognized Li Yuan. Wei Lin and Lin Mei exchanged worried glances.
Li Yuan.
Wei Lin said carefully, the cultivator from the Flowing Stream sect? The one who... He trailed off, clearly not wanting to describe the gruesome scene we'd witnessed. I know how it sounds, I said, still staring in the direction the figure had gone. But it was him. Same face, same. It was probably just someone who looked similar, Lin Mei suggested gently. After all, we saw what happened. The spiritual flame consumed everything, body and soul. Yeah, Wei Lin added, placing a steadying hand on my shoulder. And you only saw Li Yuan briefly that one time. In a stressful situation, it would be easy to mistake someone else for him. It happens sometimes, especially among cultivators, Lin Mei added. The spiritual energy can cause people to develop certain ideal features. They were being reasonable, of course. The logical explanation was that I'd seen someone with similar features and my mind had filled in the rest. After all, Li Yuan's death had affected me more than I'd like to admit. Watching someone die for making the same kind of righteous stand I might have made in another life had hit close to home. But I couldn't shake the certainty of what I'd seen. I reached out mentally to Azure, needing confirmation that I wasn't losing my mind. Azure? Did you? I did, he replied. And before you ask, yes, the chi signature was almost identical to the Li Yuan we saw die. Almost, but not quite. There was something off about it, like a reflection in disturbed water. A chill ran down my spine. How is that possible? We saw his soul destroyed. The elemental realm cultivator used spiritual flame specifically to prevent any chance of survival. As much as elemental realm cultivators would like to brag they can destroy souls, Azure's tone was thoughtful. That seems unlikely. Only someone in the life realm or above who truly understands the soul can extinguish it completely. I frowned, processing this. But then how? I have theories, Azure replied. But we should discuss them when you're not in the middle of a crowded marketplace. He had a point. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to appear normal as I turned back to my friends. You're probably right, I told them with what I hoped was a convincing smile. It must have been someone else. The resemblance just caught me off guard. Wei Lin nodded, clearly relieved I was being reasonable. Come on, we should find rooms for the night. It's getting late, and I don't know about you, but I could use a real bed after all that walking. And a proper bath, Lin Mei added, making a face as she brushed road dust from her robes. I feel like I'm wearing half the highway. Lu Chun, who had been unusually quiet during the whole exchange, suddenly perked up. Can we get food first?
I'm starving.
The boy's simple request broke the remaining tension. Wei Lin laughed and ruffled Lu Chen's hair, earning an indignant squawk. Food it is, he declared. I think I smell spiced noodles from that corner stall. As we made our way through the crowded marketplace, I couldn't help but scan the faces around us, looking for any sign of the cloaked figure. But whoever, or whatever, I'd seen was long gone. The noodle stall Wei Lin had spotted was doing brisk business, steam rising from huge pots as the cook worked. The smell alone was enough to remind me how hungry I was. 4 bowls of the house special, Wei Lin ordered, producing spirit stones before I could reach for my own. He waved off my protest. My treat. Consider it payment for not pointing out how ridiculous I looked earlier with the jade pendants. Lin Mei blushed at the mention of the communication devices, one hand unconsciously touching the pendant hanging at her neck. We found seats at one of the communal tables, Lu Chun practically bouncing with excitement as he waited for his food. The boy had taken to carrying his new practice sword slung across his back, occasionally reaching up to touch the hilt as if reassuring himself it was still there. You'll have to show me your form sometime, I told him, nodding toward the weapon. I'm curious to see your foundation. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Really? I mean, I'm not very good yet, but everyone starts somewhere, I said, thinking of my own combat journey since arriving in this world. The important thing is to build good habits early. Our food arrived before he could respond. The noodles were excellent, spicy enough to warm us after the day's travel, with tender strips of meat and vegetables throughout. We ate in comfortable silence for a while, all too hungry for conversation. It wasn't until we'd finished eating and were making our way to the residential section that Azure spoke up again. Master, his tone was cautious, about what we saw earlier. The Li Yuan look alike? I replied mentally, careful to keep my expression neutral as we walked. Yes, I've been analyzing the qi signature we sensed. There are implications. What kind of implications? The signature wasn't just similar to Li Yuan's, it was fundamentally the same base pattern, but with alterations, like someone had taken his original spiritual matrix and modified it. I nearly stopped walking. Modified how? That's what concerns me. The changes weren't random. They were precise, purposeful. Someone with an extremely sophisticated understanding of soul structure would have had to make those adjustments. Like whoever created Wei Yi? Exactly. Azure's tone was grim. The technical expertise required would be similar even though the end result is different. We may be dealing with the same person, or at least someone with comparable capabilities. The implications made my head spin. An expert in soul manipulation, powerful enough to modify or recreate spiritual matrices, operating somewhere in the region. And now apparent evidence that they might be, what? Recycling the souls of dead cultivators? We need to be careful, Azure continued. If someone is indeed collecting and modifying souls, they're likely to be interested in unique spiritual patterns. Like mine, he didn't need to say. With my dual sun system and unusual inner world, I would be the perfect lab rat. Should we leave? I asked. We could make up some excuse. No, Azure replied after a moment. That might draw more attention. For now, we should act normally while gathering information. But we should be prepared for complications. I was about to ask what kind of preparation could protect me from a threat that could bring the dead back to life when Wei Lin's voice broke into my thoughts. Ku'in, he waved a hand in front of my face. You in there? We're trying to decide on rooms. I blinked, realizing we'd reached the residential section while I was lost in conversation with Azure. The clerk was looking at us expectantly. Sorry, I said quickly. Just tired from the road. Whatever arrangement you think is best. Wei Lin shot me a concerned look but turned back to the clerk. 2 rooms then. Lu Chun can stay with Ku-in and me, and Lin Mei can have her own room. The rooms were similar to what we'd had the last time we were here. Simple but clean, with basic amenities. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Wei Lin was already pulling items from his storage ring, clean clothes, washing supplies, and various cultivation materials. Meanwhile, Lu Chun immediately claimed one of the beds, flopping down with his new sword still strapped to his back. The wooden practice weapon bounced against the mattress, making him wince slightly. You might want to take that off before you sleep, I suggested, trying not to laugh at his enthusiasm. Sleeping with a sword isn't as heroic as it might sound. Can you teach me some moves first? Lu Chun asked eagerly, bouncing up from the bed. I know some basics, but... I looked around the room thoughtfully. It was decent-sized, but we'd need to make space. Help me move these beds against the wall, I suggested, already pushing one. We'll need room to practice properly. Lu Chun jumped to help, and together we pushed the furniture aside, creating a clear space in the center of the room. I pulled out some chalk from my storage ring, originally bought for formation practice, and drew a rough circle on the floor. Training boundary, I explained at Lu Chen's curious look, helps build awareness of your space. In a real fight, you need to know exactly how much room you have to maneuver. It wasn't much, but it was one of the few useful things I'd picked up during the sect's basic sword training sessions. Most of my focus had been on cultivation, and developing my inner world weapon arts hadn't even seemed secondary at the time. Let's get settled first, I added, setting down my own belongings. Then we can. A knock at the door interrupted us. Lin Mei stood there, her cheeks already tinged pink before she even spoke. She was fidgeting with her sleeve in a way I'd never seen before. Wei Lin, she started, then seemed to lose her nerve slightly. I was thinking, there might be some interesting cultivation supplies in the market, if you wanted to check. Wei Lin nearly dropped the meditation mat he was holding. Oh, yes, that would be, we should definitely inspect the supplies. I bit back a laugh as they both tried very hard not to look at each other. I can watch Lu Chun, I offered, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. While you're inspecting supplies. Wei Lin's face turned an impressive shade of red. It's a legitimate. We need to. Shut up, Ku-in. He'll be back before midnight, Lin Mei added quickly, though she was fighting a smile herself. Take your time, I called after them. I'm sure there are lots of supplies to inspect. Wei Lin made a rude gesture before closing the door, but I caught his grin. When I turned back, Lu Chun was already in what he probably thought was a proper sword stance. His grip wasn't bad, but his feet were all wrong. All right, I said, moving to adjust his position. First thing, your back foot needs to be at an angle. Like this. I demonstrated. It gives you better balance and makes it harder for someone to sweep your legs. We spent the next several minutes just working on basic stances. I wasn't an expert by any means, but I remembered enough of the fundamentals to help with things like foot positioning and weight distribution. Now, I said once his stance looked stable, show me what you know. Just basic forms, nothing fancy. Lu Chun nodded seriously and began moving through a series of simple cuts and blocks. His movements were rough but showed clear signs of previous training. Someone had taught him the foundations at least. Good, I said, making small corrections to his grip. But you're holding too tight. The sword should be an extension of your arm, not a dead weight you're forcing around. I demonstrated with my own practice sword, though I had to think carefully about each movement. The forms weren't quite muscle memory for me yet, but I could at least show the proper way to transition between basic strikes. See how the weight flows? I explained, performing a simple high-to-low cut. You're not just swinging the sword, you're guiding it. Each movement should lead naturally into the next. Lu Chen's face scrunched up in concentration as he tried to copy the movement. His first attempts were still stiff, but gradually he began to get the idea. Better, I praised as he completed a particularly smooth sequence. You've definitely had some training before. The boy tensed slightly, his previous enthusiasm dimming. A little. Before Rocky. I carefully didn't press for details. Whatever had happened in his past, he clearly wasn't ready to talk about it. Well, I said instead, you're doing great now. Ready to try something a bit more challenging? His eyes lit up again. Yes. The door opened and Wei Lin walked in, hair still damp from the showers, looking a lot more relaxed than when he'd left. There was a faint trace of a smile on his face that he couldn't quite hide. Had a good time inspecting the supplies? I asked innocently, unable to resist. Wei Lin's face reddened immediately. I will end you, he threatened, grabbing his towel and throwing it at my head. I dodged easily, grinning. The washing facilities here are actually decent, he muttered, though his ears were still pink. You should use them. You smell like a training yard. And stop corrupting Lu Chun with your terrible sense of humor. Lu Chun watched our exchange with a cheeky smile, though I noticed he was carefully staying out of towel-throwing range. Smart kid. All right, I conceded, gathering my clean clothes. Lu Chun will continue training tomorrow. Practice those stance transitions we worked on. The boy nodded eagerly, already moving into the first position as I left. The hot water helped ease some of the tension from my muscles, though it did little for the worried thoughts about Li Yuan spinning through my mind. By the time I returned to our room, Lu Chun was fast asleep, curled protectively around his new sword. Wei Lin sat on his bed, absently turning his jade pendant between his fingers. He's a good kid, Wei Lin said quietly, nodding toward Lu Chen's sleeping form. Whatever his story is. Yeah, I agreed, settling onto my own bed, though I can't help but wonder what he's running from. We all have our secrets, Wei Lin replied with a slight smile. As long as his don't get us killed, I'm content to let him keep them. Wei Lin had no idea just how right he was about everyone having things to hide. Get some sleep, Wei Lin suggested, extinguishing the light with a gesture. Whatever's bothering you will still be there in the morning. He had no idea how much I hoped he was wrong about that. Sleep came surprisingly easily, despite everything on my mind. Perhaps it was the physical exhaustion from traveling, or simply the comfort of having friends nearby. Whatever the reason, I drifted off quickly. It felt like I had barely closed my eyes when shouts and running footsteps in the hallway jolted me awake. Wei Lin was already up and moving to the door. Lu Chun sat up in bed, clutching his sword with wide eyes. Stay here, Wei Lin told us, cracking the door open to peer outside. Wei Station lockdown, a guard shouted as he ran past. No one leaves until further notice. Wei Lin closed the door and turned to us, his expression grim. Something's wrong. What's happening? Lu Chun asked, his voice small. Before Wei Lin could answer, there was a soft knock at our door. A specific pattern we'd arranged earlier. Lin Mei. Wei Lin quickly let her in, checking the hallway before closing and securing the door again. Lin Mei's face was pale in the pre-dawn light filtering through our window. Have you heard? She asked. Just that we're on lockdown, I replied. What happened? It's young Master Xiaofeng. Lin Mei swallowed hard. He's dead. Chapter 88. Hero Energy. Dead, I repeated, allowing the word to hang in the air for a moment. How? Lin Mei glanced nervously at Lu Chun before continuing in a lower voice. They found him in one of the storage courtyards. It was messy. Wei Lin guided Lu Chun back to his bed. Maybe you should try to get some more sleep. I want to know what happened, Lu Chun protested, clutching his practice sword closer. I'm not a baby. I studied the boy's face. There was fear there, yes, but also a hardness in his eyes that spoke of someone who had seen worse. Whatever his past held, he probably wasn't as sheltered as Wei Lin assumed. All right, I sighed, But stay close. Lin Mei sat down on the edge of Wei Lin's bed, twisting her hands in her lap. From what I overheard, the guards found him about an hour ago. His body was arranged, like some kind of ritual. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the cloaked figure from earlier. Arranged how? In a spiral pattern, she whispered, with formation marks drawn in his own blood. And his. She swallowed hard. His cultivation base was completely drained. Not just suppressed or broken, drained. Like someone had extracted every drop of spiritual energy from his body. That's not possible, Wei Lin said immediately. Even stellar realm cultivators can't completely drain someone's cultivation base. The spiritual energy is too deeply integrated with the inner world and, unless, I interrupted, thinking of Wei Ye's artificial channels. Someone knew exactly how to extract it. Someone with an intimate understanding of how spiritual energy flows through the body. The same kind of someone who could modify soul structures and create artificial beings. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. The timing. I know, I replied mentally. Xiao Feng's death coming so soon after spotting what looked like a resurrected Li Yuan couldn't be coincidence. Especially given how Xiao Feng had been responsible for Li Yuan's death. Was this revenge? But if Li Yuan had really been brought back somehow, why go through such an elaborate ritual? Why not just kill Xiao Feng directly? The guards are saying it must have been a demonic cultivator, Lin Mei continued. Only they would use such methods. The formation marks, Wei Lin frowned. That suggests this wasn't just revenge. A simple killing would have been enough for that. Maybe you're right, maybe this was something else. One of the guards did say it looked like a sacrifice, Lin Mei added quietly. Like his spiritual energy was being offered to something. I felt my blood run cold. Please tell me we're not dealing with gods. Gods? Lu Chen's eyes went wide. Probably not actual gods, Wei Lin assured him quickly. More likely someone trying to tap into divine laws or higher realm powers. Still bad. But not quite deity walking around the way station bad. He had a point, true divine beings were rare in this age. Some would even say they were nothing more than a myth. More likely we were dealing with someone experimenting with power they didn't fully understand. Which was probably worse, actually. What about his guards? I asked. The elemental realm cultivators. Where were they? That's the strange part, Lin Mei replied. They were right there in the courtyard. They claim they felt nothing, no spiritual fluctuations, no chi disturbances, nothing to indicate their young master was in danger. Whatever technique the killer used, it completely bypassed their spiritual senses. We all went silent as we tried to comprehend what we had just learned. But why target young Master Xiao? Lu Chen asked, finally breaking the silence. Was he bad? I exchanged looks with Wei Lin and Lin Mei, remembering how casually Xiao Feng had ordered Li Yuan's death. He wasn't a good person, I said carefully. He hurt people because he could, because he thought his family's power meant no one could touch him. And now he's dead, Lu Chen said with the brutal simplicity of a child. Because someone stronger hurt him back. That's one way to look at it, I admitted. Power doesn't just protect you, it makes you a target. Every young master thinks they're the hero of their own story, but there's always someone with more hero energy out there. Hero energy? Lin Mei raised an eyebrow. You know what I mean. I waved a hand vaguely. I'd used the term hero deliberately, knowing it was something Lu Chen could understand. Every child in this world grew up hearing stories of legendary cultivators and mighty heroes. Even in the poorest villages, there were always tales of righteous cultivators ascending to immortality or evil demons being struck down by heaven's chosen. So, Xiao Feng thought he was a hero, Lu Chen said slowly, working it out. But he met a bigger hero? Wei Lin coughed, trying to hide what sounded suspiciously like a laugh. That's not exactly how I'd put it, but I guess so. Is Rocky going to be okay out there? Lu Chen asked, his voice small. Rocky will be fine, I assured him, though I wasn't entirely sure myself. He's in his breakthrough form right now. Most people would just see a boulder. And he's far enough from the way station that whoever did this probably wouldn't have gone near him. The boy nodded, but he didn't look completely convinced. Couldn't blame him. When your first real friend was a stone guardian, the idea of someone who could drain spiritual essence would be particularly terrifying. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. The kid stood up suddenly, his practice sword shaking slightly in his grip. His next words came out in a rush. Can we train some more? I need to get stronger. I need to be the biggest hero, so I can protect Rocky. Then nobody will dare hurt him. I understood the impulse. Physical activity could help process fear. Give your mind something else to focus on. But right now I needed to think, to try and piece together what was really happening. Lu Chun. I started, then paused, seeing the fierce light in his eyes. Please, he insisted. You said heroes are the strongest, right? So that means they can protect people. I want to be like that. I want to be so strong that no one can hurt my friends ever again. Wei Lin and Lin Mei exchanged concerned looks. We all learned the reality the last time we were here, that power often attracted more trouble than it solved, that being a hero in this world was usually a quick path to an early grave. But how do you explain that to a child whose whole world had narrowed down to protecting his stone friend? Not yet, I said gently. I need to meditate first. Clear my head. Seeing his face fall, I added, being a hero isn't just about being strong, Lu Chun. It's about being smart, about knowing when to train and when to wait. Right now, we need to think carefully about what's happening. The boy's face fell, but he nodded, sitting back down on his bed. Why don't you show Lin Mei what Kuin taught you earlier? Wei Lin suggested. I'm sure she'd love to see your progress. Lin Mei caught on immediately. Oh yes, and maybe I can help with your form too. I'm not as good with a sword as Kuin, but I know the basics. As they distracted Lu Chun with sword practice, I settled into a meditation pose on my bed, closing my eyes. Within moments, I was in my inner world. All right, let's talk about what we saw earlier. You said Li Yuan's chi signature was modified. Could this be possession? No, Azure replied thoughtfully. If it was a living host possession, we'd see more of a merger pattern, two spiritual signatures intertwining and fighting for dominance. What about possession of an empty vessel? If his original soul was already dead, then we'd see inconsistencies between the body's inherent spiritual pathways and the new soul's energy flow, unless they used extremely advanced techniques like in your case. Azure's tone shifted slightly at the mention of my situation. But this is different. Different how? It's difficult to explain in normal terms, Azure replied. Imagine a painting. The original artist's brushstrokes are still there, but someone has gone over them, adding new layers that change the overall image while keeping the basic structure intact. So it was definitely him? His original soul structure or whatever was still there? Yes and no. Azure's tone was thoughtful. The base pattern was his, but it had been heavily altered, almost like someone had taken his spiritual matrix and repurposed it, used it as a foundation to build something new. But why? I frowned. Why go through all that trouble? Why not just, I don't know, create a new spiritual matrix from scratch? Perhaps they can't, Azure suggested. Or perhaps existing matrices are easier to work with than creating new ones. Think about cultivation. It's always easier to follow an established path than to forge a completely new one. I thought about that, about the implications. So someone is, what? Collecting dead cultivators' spiritual matrices and recycling them somehow. It would explain both Li Yuan's apparent resurrection and the ritual draining of Xiao Feng's cultivation base. Azure agreed. They may need the spiritual energy to power whatever process they're using. Which means we really don't want them noticing us, I murmured with a frown. Especially not the Blue Sun's energy. If Wei Yi recognized it as similar to life realm energy. Yes, someone capable of manipulating souls would be very interested in such power. Perhaps we should avoid using it entirely for now, at least until we're back at the sect. I nodded. The Blue Sun's healing abilities were useful, but not worth risking attention from whatever was hunting cultivators. We should also... Azure's voice cut off abruptly as a wave of pressure slammed into my consciousness, forcibly ejecting me from my inner world. My eyes snapped open as I gasped for breath, the physical world rushing back with crushing intensity. Wei Lin and Lin Mei were already on their feet, though their legs visibly trembled. Even Lu Chun had abandoned his sword practice, pressing himself against the far wall as if trying to merge with the wooden panels. His practiced sword lay forgotten on the floor where it had slipped from his shaky fingers. The pressure was immense, like being at the bottom of an ocean, the weight of spiritual power threatening to crush us. This wasn't just elemental realm energy. This was something more. What? Lu Chen's voice was barely a whisper. What is that? Someone powerful. Wei Lin managed to reply through gritted teeth, his usual confident demeanor stripped away. His knees buckled, forcing him to grab the edge of a nearby table for support. Very powerful. The pressure increased, sweeping through the way station like a tidal wave. I could feel it searching, probing, looking for something or someone. Don't move. I forced the words out, though speaking felt like swallowing glass. Don't even think about using spiritual energy. Chapter 89, Guardian. The spiritual pressure lifted as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving us all gasping for breath. My legs nearly gave out as I slumped against the wall. I could feel my heart pounding as if I'd just run up Azure Peak without using chi. Even breathing felt like an accomplishment. Everyone okay? I managed to ask between breaths. Wei Lin was already pushing himself up from where he'd been bracing against the table. His hands still shook slightly as he straightened his robes. I'm fine. Lin Mei. She nodded from her position on the floor, her face pale as she gathered herself. That was intense. Lu Chun hadn't moved from his spot against the wall, his eyes wide and unfocused. I made my way over to him on unsteady legs, placing a hand on his shoulder. Hey buddy, you with us? He jumped at the contact but then seemed to come back to himself. What was that? His voice was barely a whisper. That? Wei Lin said, finally regaining some of his usual composure. Was the Wei Station Guardian making their presence known? Guardian? Lu Chen's brow furrowed in confusion. Like Rocky? Not exactly, Wei Lin smiled slightly. Each major Wei Station has a stellar realm cultivator assigned as its guardian. They usually stay hidden, only revealing themselves when something serious happens. Like murder, Lin Mei added quietly. Only if the victim is important enough, Wei Lin corrected. The Shao clan must have demanded action. A young master being killed in such a manner is a huge loss of face. They'd want an immediate response. But why? Lu Chen swallowed hard, then tried again. Why did it feel so scary? That wasn't meant to frighten us, Wei Lin explained, though his tone suggested he hadn't found it particularly pleasant either. It was a searching technique, extremely powerful but very precisely controlled. Notice how none of us were actually harmed. Now that he mentioned it, while the pressure had been overwhelming, it hadn't caused any real damage. Even my meridians felt fine, just a bit rattled. The Guardian was looking for something specific, Wei Lin continued. Probably traces of demonic cultivation or other forbidden techniques. That kind of spiritual pressure would break through most concealment methods. So, they're hunting the killer? Lu Chun asked, finally peeling himself away from the wall. He retrieved his practiced sword from where it had fallen, clutching it like a security blanket. That's the idea, Wei Lin nodded. Anyone using techniques to hide their true nature would have been exposed. Lin Mei, who had been quiet for a while, spoke up. The Shao clan must have quite a bit of influence to make a stellar realm cultivator act so quickly. Of course they do, Wei Lin snorted. Why do you think Shao Feng acted so arrogantly? When your family can command that kind of power. He trailed off, perhaps remembering that Shao Feng's arrogance hadn't saved him in the end. We spent the next half hour trying to recover our composure. Wei Lin paced by the window, occasionally glancing outside as if expecting to see something. Lin Mei had pulled out some kind of spiritual herb that helped calm nerves, sharing it between us. Even Lu Chun seemed to relax a bit after chewing on the bitter leaves. I was just starting to think we might be stuck in lockdown all day when a knock on the door made us all jump. Azure Peak Disciples? A guard's voice called through the wood. The lockdown has been lifted. The culprit has been apprehended. We exchanged glances. That seemed fast. Already, Wei Lin voiced what we were all thinking. The Guardian wishes all guests to vacate the premises for a thorough cleansing of the grounds. The guard continued. Please gather your belongings and prepare to depart within the hour. Well, Lin Mei said after the guard's footsteps had faded, that was, if you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Convenient, I finished, frowning. If they'd really caught Li Yuan, assuming it was him, why would they want everyone to leave? Wouldn't they want witnesses to see justice being served? We should see what's happening, Wei Lin suggested, already moving to gather his things. This could be important. He didn't need to elaborate. Information was currency in the cultivation world, and anything involving a stellar realm guardian was worth knowing about. We quickly packed our belongings, though none of us had unpacked much to begin with. When we emerged, we found that the courtyard was crowded with other guests who were similarly evicted from their rooms. The air was full of whispered conversations and speculation. Then I saw him, or rather them. A group of guards were escorting a prisoner across the yard. The man was wrapped in spirit-suppressing chains that glowed with complex formations. His head bowed and his steps stumbling. That's Chun Wuying, Wei Lin whispered, recognition in his voice. The Blood Hand Butcher. The name meant nothing to me, but Lin Mei gasped. The one who killed all those merchant families? Wei Lin nodded grimly. 15 families in total. He'd torture them for information about their wealth, then kill them all, parents, children, even servants. He's been wanted for years. I studied the prisoner more carefully. He certainly looked the part of a vicious killer's scarred face, muscular build, chi that radiated barely contained violence even through the suppression chains. But something felt off. I didn't do this one, Chun Wuying suddenly shouted, his voice raw with desperation. I've killed plenty, but not like this. I don't know nothing about soul draining or formations. Silence. One of the guards struck him, the blow enhanced with chi that sent blood spraying from the prisoner's mouth. I believed him, not about being innocent in general. He was clearly a murderer who deserved whatever punishment he got. But this particular crime, the ritual arrangement of the body, the precise draining of spiritual energy, the complex formation work, it didn't fit the profile of a simple butcher, no matter how bloody his hands. They'd needed a scapegoat, I realized. Someone already condemned, whose guilt or innocence in this specific case wouldn't matter because their fate was sealed anyway. That's when I felt it, another wave of spiritual pressure, but completely different from the Guardian's overwhelming force. This was subtle, delicate, like silk sliding across skin. If I hadn't been hyper-aware after the earlier assault, I might have missed it entirely. Inside my inner world, something unprecedented happened. The two suns, which had maintained their precise orbits since the creation of my terrain, suddenly veered off course. They dove beneath the Genesis seed's spreading branches, their light dimming to barely visible glows. The pressure passed over us like a gentle breeze, and I held my breath, fighting the urge to shiver. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual. They were all focused on the prisoner being dragged away. Azure, I called out mentally. Was that? Yes, he replied. Life realm energy or something very close to it. The suns recognized it immediately. That's why they hid. Did they sense us? The thought sent ice through my veins. I don't think so, Azure said after a moment. The Genesis seed's canopy somehow masked their energy signatures. I've never seen them react like that before. I watched as Chun Wuying was dragged away, still protesting his innocence in this particular crime. Around us, other guests were already beginning to leave, eager to put distance between themselves and the sight of a young master's murder. "We should go," I said, touching Wei Lin's arm lightly. "Whatever's really happening here, we don't want to be involved." Whether Li Yuan was truly back from the dead or just a puppet dancing on someone else's strings, I wanted nothing to do with it. Let someone else play protagonist and investigate the mysteries. I had enough problems of my own. "Wait," Lu Chun said suddenly, his voice small but urgent. "What about Rocky? He still hasn't come back." With everything that had happened, I'd almost forgotten about the Stone Guardian's breakthrough. "He should have finished by now," Lin Mei said, worry creeping into her voice. "Even a major advancement shouldn't take this long." I exchanged glances with Wei Lin. After what we just witnessed, a young master killed and his spiritual energy drained, someone powerful enough to make my sons hide, leaving Rocky alone suddenly seemed like a terrible idea. "We need to check on him," I said, already turning towards the gate. "Now." No one argued. We quickly joined the stream of departing guests, though our pace was considerably faster than most. Lu Chun practically ran ahead of us, only Wei Lin's firm grip on his shoulder, keeping him from sprinting down the road. "He'll be fine," Lin Mei tried to reassure the boy. "Rocky's tough, remember? And who would want to hurt a Stone Guardian anyway?" I wished I could share her optimism, but my mind kept circling back to that subtle wave of life realm energy. Someone powerful enough to manipulate souls was walking these roads. Someone who might be very interested in an elemental spirit undergoing a breakthrough. "Master," Azure's voice was cautious. "The Genesis seed is agitated. The branches are moving without any wind." That was new. The world tree aspect of my inner world usually remained fairly static, its changes happening gradually over time. For it to show such immediate reaction. "We need to hurry," I said, picking up my pace. The others matched my speed without question, perhaps sensing my urgency. The road seemed longer than I remembered. Each bend and turn caused Lu Chen's face to grow progressively paler, his hands already white-knuckled around his practiced sword. Finally, we rounded the last curve that should have brought Rocky's resting place into view. Lu Chen broke free of Wei Lin's grip and ran ahead. Then he stopped so suddenly it was as if he'd hit an invisible wall. "No!" The boy's voice cracked. "No, no, no." I reached him first, then froze myself. The detection formation that Wei Lin had placed had not been triggered. Yet the clearing where we had left Rocky was empty. Chapter 90. Don't hurt my friend. Zhao Yu's shoulders burned as he struggled under the weight of the massive boulder. Every step felt like torture, and the morning sun beating down on them didn't help matters. He shot another glare at his brother's back. Not that Zhao Xing would notice. The fool was too busy humming to himself as they trudged along the dirt path. "Brother," Zhao Yu wheezed, adjusting his grip for the 100th time. "Can we please take a break? We've been carrying this thing for hours." "Stop whining," Zhao Xing called back cheerfully. "This isn't just any boulder. It's our ticket to the good life. Once we sell this beauty, we'll be living like kings." Zhao Yu bit back another complaint. His brother had been going on like this since they'd found the stupid rock, spinning wild fantasies about mansions and beautiful cultivation resources. The whole situation made Zhao Yu's stomach churn with anxiety. His mind wandered back to how they'd stumbled across the boulder in the first place. They'd been walking along this same road, Zhao Yu constantly looking over his shoulder, paranoid about their old bandit group catching up to them. The Mountain Tiger Gang wasn't known for letting deserters live long, especially ones who'd helped themselves to some of the gang's acquired treasures before leaving. He'd been so distracted scanning the tree line that he'd walked straight into something hard enough to make his nose bleed. While he'd been sitting there cursing and holding his face, Zhao Xing had nearly collapsed laughing. "Some cultivator you are," Zhao Xing had howled, doubling over and clutching his sides. "Did you forget how to use your eyes along with your common sense?" Humiliation and anger had gotten the better of him. He'd drawn back his fist, gathering earth-attributed spiritual energy for his crushing stone palm technique. The boulder had somehow offended his dignity, and he'd been determined to reduce it to gravel. hadn't gone as planned. Instead of shattering under his chi-enhanced strike, the boulder had somehow reflected his attack right back at him. The last thing he remembered was a flash of gray light before everything went dark. He'd later woken up to find Zhao Xing muttering excitedly to himself, going on about spiritual stones and hidden treasures. The boulder had some kind of powerful spiritual energy radiating from it, an energy that felt unervingly similar to his own sixth-stage chi condensation aura. "Brother, please." Zhao Yu had tried reasoning with him. "Think about this. Who leaves something this valuable just sitting by the road? It has to belong to someone powerful. When they notice it's missing." But Zhao Xing wouldn't hear it. "That's exactly why we have to take it. Findings keepers, little brother. Besides, what kind of idiot leaves their treasures unguarded? They deserve to lose it for being so careless." That kind of thinking was exactly why Zhao Yu worried his brother would get them both killed one day. Zhao Xing had always been like this, rushing headlong into danger, convinced everything would work out in his favor. Usually, Zhao Yu's more cautious nature helped balance things out. But when Zhao Xing really set his mind to something, "Come on!" Zhao Xing's voice broke into his thoughts. "Put some muscle into it. The sooner we get this beauty somewhere safe, the sooner we can start our new lives. Just imagine the looks on the mountain tigers' faces when they hear about us living in luxury." Zhao Yu grimaced. That was another problem. His brother couldn't seem to let go of their past with the gang. He was always talking about showing them up, proving they'd made it without them. It was like he wanted to attract their attention. "They won't be impressed," Zhao Yu muttered. "They'll just be angry. More angry than they already are." "What was that?" "Nothing," Zhao Yu sighed. His arms felt like lead, and his chi reserves were dangerously low from constantly reinforcing his muscles. They'd tried storing the boulder in their storage rings, but something about its spiritual nature had rejected the attempt, which meant doing things the hard way. The sun climbed higher as they continued their awkward journey. Zhao Yu's robes were soaked with sweat, and he'd long since given up trying to keep his brown hair out of his eyes. Even Zhao Xing's endless stream of chatter had died down to occasional grunts of effort. Every so often, Zhao Yu could have sworn he felt the boulder shift, not physically. They'd secured it well enough with ropes, but its spiritual energy would flutter, like someone stirring in their sleep. Each time it happened, his anxiety ratcheted up another notch. He tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, but his mind kept conjuring increasingly terrible scenarios. What if the boulder belonged to an inner disciple from one of the major sects? Or worse, what if it was some kind of spirit beast egg? They'd heard stories in the gang about cultivators who stole spirit beast eggs, thinking they'd struck it rich, only to have the parents track them down. A distant bird call made him jump, nearly losing his grip on the ropes. His brother shot him an annoyed look. "Would you relax? Your paranoia is making this harder than it needs to be." "I'm not paranoid," Zhao Yu protested, though his voice came out higher than intended.
"I'm appropriately cautious."
"There's a difference." Zhao Xing snorted. "Yeah? Is that why you nearly jumped out of your skin at a sparrow? Face it, little brother, you've always been a... Let Rocky go." The scream came out of nowhere. Before Zhao Yu could even turn to look, something slammed into his back with enough force to send him flying. The impact knocked the air from his lungs and sent him tumbling across the dirt road. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. His vision swam as he tried to push himself up, arms shaking. When the world finally stopped spinning, he looked up to see a young boy, couldn't have been more than 12, standing in the middle of the road. The kid's face was a mess of tears and snot, but his eyes burned with fury. What made Zhao Yu worried wasn't the boy's expression, though. It was the gray aura surrounding him, pulsing with spiritual energy that felt impossibly strong for someone so young. If he had to guess, he'd put it at pseudo-sixth-stage chi condensation? "Oh," Zhao Yu wheezed, still trying to catch his breath. "We are in so much trouble." The boy took a step forward, and the gray aura intensified. Zhao Yu couldn't help but notice it was the exact same shade as the boulder's energy. "I said, The boy's voice shook with barely contained rage. Let Rocky go. Zhao Yu really wished his brother had listened to him about leaving strange boulders alone. Now look here, kid. Zhao Xing dropped the boulder with a large thud as he took a step forward. I don't know what game you're playing, but this is clearly just a boulder. A very valuable, very heavy boulder that we found fair and square. So why don't you run along before? The gray aura around the boy flared so bright it was almost blinding. His name is Rocky? The kid snarled. And he's not a thing you can steal. He's my friend. Zhao Yu's eyes darted between the boulder and the boy, his mind racing. The chi fluctuations he'd noticed, the way their initial attack had been reflected, suddenly several pieces clicked into place. Brother, he said carefully, not taking his eyes off the furious child. I don't think this is a normal spiritual boulder. Of course it's not normal, Zhao Xing scoffed. That's why it's valuable. No, I mean it's not just a boulder at all. Zhao Yu swallowed hard. I think it might be a stone guardian. You know, those elemental spirits that sometimes form in spiritually rich areas. There was a moment of silence as this information sank in. Then, predictably, his brother laughed. A stone guardian? Those are just stories mothers tell their children. Besides, even if they were real, why would one be just sitting by the road with some random kid? The boy's aura pulsed again, and Zhao Yu noticed something else. The boulder behind him seemed to be changing. The surface was shifting slightly, like waves in a pond. Brother, Zhao Yu tried one more time. I really think we should. A grinding sound interrupted him, like mountains shifting in an earthquake. The boulder's surface wasn't just moving now. It was flowing, reshaping itself. Within moments, the roughly spherical shape had become distinctly more humanoid. Zhao Yu watched in horrified fascination as a 15-foot-tall figure of living stone unfolded itself from what they'd thought was just a valuable rock. Its rough features might have been carved by a sculptor who only had the vaguest idea of what humans looked like, but there was no mistaking the intent behind its pose or the way its boulder-like fists were clenched. That's impossible, Zhao Xing breathed, finally losing some of his confidence. Stone guardians aren't real. They can't be real. They're just. A sound like gravel in a landslide cut him off. It took Zhao Yu a moment to realize the stone giant was trying to speak. Hurt, Lu Chen. The words were barely intelligible, ground out between mineral teeth. Made, Lu Chen. Cry. The boy, Lu Chen, apparently wiped his face with his sleeve, though his glare never wavered. They tried to steal you, Rocky. They were going to sell you. If Zhao Yu hadn't been terrified out of his mind, he might have appreciated the irony. Here they were, former bandits who'd robbed countless travelers, about to be crushed because they'd accidentally tried to steal someone's pet mountain. The stone guardian Rocky took a thunderous step forward. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Brother, Zhao Yu said very quietly, remember how you said my paranoia would get us killed one day? Yes. I think your overconfidence is going to beat it to the punch. Zhao Xing said nothing for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the stone guardian. Then, to Zhao Yu's horror, his brother started laughing. You know what's funny, little brother? Zhao Xing asked. I don't kill children. Never have, never will. His eyes flickered to Lu Chen. But teaching a brat some manners? That's different. The air around them began to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. A faint golden light started seeping from Zhao Xing's skin, growing brighter with each passing second. I've always protected you. Kept certain things hidden, so you wouldn't worry even more than you already do. Zhao Xing continued. Stopped the mountain tigers from hunting us? That wasn't luck. And carrying this boulder all day without breaking a sweat? That wasn't just good conditioning. The golden light erupted into a blazing aura, its power so intense that even Rocky stumbled back a step. Waves of spiritual energy rolled off Zhao Xing in visible ripples, making the air shimmer around him. Zhao Yu felt his knees buckle as he recognized the unmistakable pressure of a 7th-stage qi condensation cultivator. Brother, Zhao Yu whispered, all this time you were protecting you, Zhao Xing finished. dropping into a fighting stance as his aura continued to build. Just like always. Chapter 91. An Elder's Favorite Disciple. The tracks indicate they headed east, Azure observed as I examined the disturbed earth where Rocky once was. 2 sets of footprints, probably male given the size and depth. They were struggling with something heavy. Wei Lin and Lin Mei spread out to search the surrounding area while I concentrated on the main path. "Look at these marks," Lin Mei called out, crouching to examine some crushed vegetation. "Someone definitely dragged something heavy through here. And recently too," Wei Lin added, picking up a fragment of rope. "This fiber's barely started to fray." I nodded, following the trail with my eyes. Whoever had taken Rocky had left clear signs of their passage. Broken twigs, scuffed earth, even some frayed rope fibers caught on a bush. Either they weren't trying to hide their trail, or they were too focused on moving their heavy prize to care. Lu Chun had been unusually quiet since we'd discovered Rocky's disappearance, which worried me more than his crying had. "The spiritual residue is still fresh," Azure continued. "They can't have gotten far." I was about to reply when I felt it. A surge of spiritual energy that made my skin prickle. My body instantly dropped into a defensive stance, expecting an ambush. I spun around, ready for an attack, only to find nothing but a cloud of dust where Lu Chun had been standing moments before. "That aura," I started, but Wei Lin cut me off. "It's Lu Chun." He pointed down the road. "He just took off in that direction." I blinked in surprise. That pressure I'd felt. It had been around the level of a pseudo-6-stage qi condensation cultivator. But Lu Chun was just a kid. Unless the soul bond, I realized. Rocky must be sharing his power somehow. There wasn't time to analyze it further. I could see Wei Lin and Lin Mei were already winded from our initial sprint. They were only at the 3rd stage of qi condensation, after all. "Go on ahead," Wei Lin wheezed, waving me forward. "We'll catch up." I immediately took off, but even at the 5th stage of qi condensation, keeping up with Lu Chun proved challenging. The boy moved with desperate speed, his small form barely visible ahead of me as he darted between trees and over rocks. I could have used the sun's energy to close the gap, but the risks outweighed the benefits. The red sun's power might make me appear as a demonic cultivator, while the blue sun's unique energy could attract unwanted attention from whoever was performing those soul experiments. "Master, the boy's qi fluctuations are becoming increasingly erratic. If he maintains this level of power output..." I pushed myself harder, but the distance between us only grew. Lu Chun might have access to surprising power, but his young body wasn't conditioned to handle it, especially considering the power wasn't his own. If he kept this up, he could seriously hurt himself. The sound of voices carried on the wind, growing louder as I ran. One was raised in anger, another pleading, and underneath it all, a familiar grinding sound that could only be Rocky. I burst through a final stand of trees just in time to see a flash of golden light. A cultivator well-built, with brown hair and a confident stance, disappeared from where he'd been standing, reappearing instantly in front of Lu Chun with his hand raised in what looked like a slap. Time seemed to slow. The boy couldn't dodge in time. Rocky was still partially in his breakthrough form, not fully materialized. And the attacker's aura, 7th stage qi condensation, far beyond what I could handle normally. But normally wasn't an option. My body moved before my mind could second-guess itself. Red sun energy surged through my fundamental rune, the familiar warmth spreading across my chest. The blink step rune on my thigh flared to life as the Titan's crest blazed on my hand. In that fraction of a second, I felt my physical essence spike and the world blur around me. I reappeared between Lu Chun and his attacker just as the strike was about to land. I caught the man's wrist with one hand while driving my other fist forward in a perfect phantom strike directly into his chest. The impact sent him sliding backwards several meters, his boots leaving twin furrows in the dirt. Immediately, I cut off the red sun's energy flow, but the damage was done. Lu Chun stared at me with wide, uncertain eyes. "Big Brother Ku'in?" His voice trembled slightly. A rumbling sound drew my attention as Rocky shifted his massive form, one stone hand reaching down to pat Lu Chun gently. The gesture seemed to calm the boy somewhat, though his eyes still looked me up and down as though trying to figure out if it was really me. That aura! The cultivator I'd struck narrowed his eyes, his voice trailing off as he studied me. For a moment, I felt, but now it's gone. He shook his head. No, I'm certain. There was something demonic about that energy. Brother! A second voice called out nervously. I noticed another cultivator, shorter, rounder, with the same brown hair, trying to fade into the background. Maybe we should just leave? That stone elemental clearly has friends, and... His voice dropped to a whisper as he pointed to my robes. They're from the Azure Peak sect. Shut up, the first cultivator snapped. The Mountain Tiger Gang will be here any moment. We can handle a few. What? Where? The second cultivator's head whipped around in panic. I don't see anyone coming. Didn't I tell you to shut up, you fool? Let your big brother handle this. Master, their reactions to their supposed allies are interesting. They're trying to use their old gang's name to intimidate us, I replied mentally. But they're clearly deserters themselves. The arrival of Wei Lin and Lin Mei drew the first cultivator's attention. He looked them over dismissively, then laughed. Third stage cultivators? They won't make any difference. Lu Chen tugged at my sleeve. Big brother, these bad men tried to steal Rocky. They were going to sell him. I patted his head gently. I understand. I'll take care of this. Turning to face the two former bandits, I let a small smile play across my lips. You must be either very brave or very foolish to steal an elemental guardian belonging to a core disciple. The first cultivator's eyes narrowed at my words, while his brother seemed to lose what little color remained in his face. Lu Chun, I continued casually, what do you think your master will do when he learns some bandits tried to steal the elemental guardian he gifted to his favorite disciple? Stolen novel. Please report. The boy caught on immediately. Master will be really angry, he said, his voice quavering perfectly. Even I get scared when he's mad. Yes, I agreed with a frown. Life Realm cultivators can be quite temperamental. The shorter brother edged closer to his sibling. Brother, I think we really messed up. Just look at the aura rolling off that kid. He must be some old monster's personal disciple. Which elder wouldn't want a talent like that? And it would explain the stone elemental. Let me think. The first brother snapped, his eyes darting between me, Lu Chun, and Rocky. I could almost see him calculating odds, wondering if he could take us all. Time to push things a little further. Lu Chun? I whispered, knowing that the former bandits could still hear me. Maybe you should activate that life-saving treasure your master gave you. It's a waste to use something that can kill stellar realm cultivators on mere chi condensation practitioners, but I'm sure he'll give you another. Lu Chun, proving himself quite the actor, nodded and pulled out a necklace I hadn't even known he possessed. It was an old piece, the metal tarnished with age, but the craftsmanship was evident even under the wear. Small formations were etched into its surface, too worn to make out clearly. I found myself genuinely curious about the necklace's origin. Was it a powerful artifact from whatever mysterious background Lu Chun came from, or just a family heirloom? The first cultivator studied the necklace intently. Though it gave off no obvious aura, something about it clearly unnerved him. I watched his golden chi aura flicker and fade as he reached a decision. With a formal bow that wouldn't have looked out of place in a noble's court, he said, "There seems to be some misunderstanding. My brother and I recognized immediately that this wasn't a mere boulder, but rather property of the Azure Peak." "A member of the Azure Peak sect," I corrected smoothly. Yes, of course," he continued without missing a beat. "A member of the sect. We were simply trying to return it, worried it might have gotten lost." His brother's exasperated sigh spoke volumes about what he thought of this excuse. I had to admire the cultivator's shamelessness. His face showed such earnest sincerity that if someone had walked up right now, they might actually believe his story. This was the kind of quick thinking that kept confident liars alive in the cultivation world. "Ah, so it was all a misunderstanding," I said, matching his tone. In that case, we should thank you for your help. Lu Chun started to protest, but I quieted him with another pat on the head. Trust me, I murmured, and he subsided, though his doubtful expression suggested he questioned my judgment. Since that's cleared up, the first cultivator said brightly, we should really be going. Oh, but surely you'll help us a bit longer? I smiled, gesturing towards Rocky. Our friend seems quite tired from his breakthrough. You wouldn't mind helping carry him back to the sect, would you? Right on cue, Rocky let out a grinding sound that somehow perfectly mimicked an exhausted yawn. I watched as the former bandit's face went through a rapid series of micro-expressions. Frustration, calculation, resignation, before settling back into his practiced smile. Of course, my brother and I would be happy to help. For once, his brother spoke up. I actually agree. It's the least we can do after this misunderstanding. How thoughtful of you both. Wei Lin smiled. It's so rare to meet such helpful strangers on the road these days. Yes, Lin Mei added with sweet venom in her voice. Especially ones who are so good at recognizing valuable things that don't belong to them. I studied the shorter fat one. Despite his earlier cowardice, or perhaps because of it, he seemed to have a decent grasp of when to cut his losses. That kind of common sense was surprisingly rare in the cultivation world, where pride and face often led people to their deaths. In my experience, being able to recognize when you were outmatched was an underrated survival skill. We watched as Rocky's massive form slowly collapsed in on itself, returning to the boulder shape we'd left him in. The two brothers approached cautiously, probably half expecting another transformation, but Rocky remained still. They positioned themselves on either side, their faces straining slightly as they lifted him up. I noticed Lu Chen's expression. It seemed like the boy hoped for some kind of revenge, but killing them would have been foolish for several reasons. First, I wasn't confident of being able to take a 7th stage Qi condensation cultivator. Even if I used the combined power of both sons and had Rocky's help, it would be a risky battle with no guarantee of success. More importantly, we just discovered someone was bringing the dead back to life and helping them get revenge. The last thing I needed was to become the target of someone's resurrection-powered revenge plot. In this world, avoiding enemies was often smarter than making them. Let others play protagonist and antagonist. I was perfectly happy staying alive in the background, growing stronger. Master, Azure's voice broke into my thoughts as we began the journey back to the sect, our unwilling porters struggling with Rocky's weight ahead of us. You handled that well, though I'm curious about the boy's necklace. Add it to the growing list of mysteries, I thought back, along with his sudden burst of 6th-stage level power and whatever background he's running from. But those were questions for another time. Right now, I was content watching Wei Lin and Lin Mei flank our new friends, while Lu Chun practically bounced along beside his stone guardian, keeping up a running commentary about how Rocky liked to be carried, just so, and how they should really be more careful with his friend. I had just started to relax when I felt it, that same subtle energy from the way station sweeping through the area like silk sliding across skin. Within my inner world, the suns reacted instantly, diving beneath the Genesis Seed's branches once again. The pressure passed over us like a gentle breeze, and for a moment, my heart stopped. Had I been caught? Then it was gone, leaving me to release a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Master, Azure's voice was barely a whisper in my mind. If you had used the Blue Sun's energy, I knew exactly what he meant. I wouldn't have made it back to the sect. Chapter 92. The Masked One. The full moon cast long shadows across the trees as a cloaked figure made its way through the forest. The figure was careful not to tread on any twigs that would give away its presence. It would also occasionally pause, head cocked as though it was listening for pursuers, before continuing on its way. After around an hour of travel, the figure reached a cliff face. At that moment, the moon passed overhead through the canopy above and threw down an ellipse of light, illuminating the figure's features hidden under the hood. The same righteous bearing, the same proud features. It was Li Yuan, or at least someone wearing his face. But now there was something different in his eyes, a hollowness that hadn't been there before. Li Yuan took a final look around. It was silent, except for some birds hooting or scurrying of the small creatures in the underbushes. Satisfied that he was not being followed, he entered a simple cave that had its entrance partially hidden under a curtain of vines. The entrance to the cave was deceptive. What started as a narrow opening soon opened up into a vast cavern system. The sound of Li Yuan's footsteps echoed back from the high roof as he made his way deeper underground. The walls were smooth, too smooth to be natural, and veins of luminous crystal emitted dim illumination at infrequent intervals. These weren't ordinary spirit crystals either. They pulsed with an unsettling rhythm, like a heartbeat just slightly out of sync with normal time. He pressed on through a series of branching corridors, never pausing at the intersections. He had made the trip many times before. As he went lower, the air grew colder. There was also the faintly metallic tang of something strange, something that imbued the crystal light with a reddish tinge, casting long crimson shadows that seemed to writhe at the corner of the eye. Finally, the passageway opened into a huge circular chamber. The ceiling rose into darkness, lost beyond the reach of the crystal light. The walls were lined with alcoves containing what looked like cultivation resources. Jade boxes, spirit herbs, mysterious artifacts that hummed with power. But these weren't arranged with the careful organization of a sect's treasury. Instead, they were scattered about haphazardly, as though whoever placed them there didn't quite understand their proper use or care. At the far end of the room, on a throne that looked to have been hewn from a single piece of black crystal, sat a figure. Its surface writhed with patterns that hurt the eye to look directly at, like they existed in more dimensions than the human mind could conceive. The seated figure wore pitch-black robes, and a mask that looked as though it were constructed from the same material as the throne. Li Yuan walked up the steps to the throne and dropped to one knee. "Master," he bowed his head, "I have completed my mission." The masked figure inclined its head slightly and spoke, but there was something odd about its voice, as though many people were speaking in perfect unison, each voice speaking from a slightly different point in time. "Yes," he said, "I have given you the power to carry out your revenge. Now your soul is mine to command as I will." Li Yuan kept his head bowed, fighting to keep his composure as memories threatened to overwhelm him. He remembered very clearly the moment of his death. The burning, searing pain when the elemental realm cultivator's spiritual flame devoured his skin and flesh. The terror at the sensation that his soul began to break apart. He had been ready for his demise, ready to fall into whatever fate awaited cultivators after death. But then he had felt it, a tug, gentle at first but swiftly growing irresistible. His dissolving soul had been drawn through something, reforming in this very chamber. He had found himself before this being he would come to know only as the Masked One. He was then offered a choice: serve and have his revenge, or cease to exist entirely. Li Yuan had been consumed by rage then, burning with the humiliation of his defeat and the injustice of his death. He hadn't thought clearly about the implications of the deal. All he had seen was a way to wreak vengeance on those who had so casually ended his life. He had accepted without hesitation. Stolen story. Please report. The Masked One had been true to his word, in a way. He had created this new body for Li Yuan's soul, had granted him power beyond what he had possessed in life. Power enough to kill not only Xiao Feng, but the cultivator of the elemental realm who had burned him, though news of that death wouldn't reach the city until long after Li Yuan had fled. But the revenge had left him feeling empty, hollow. Watching Xiao Feng die, seeing the fear in his eyes as Li Yuan drained his cultivation base, should have been satisfying. It should have filled the burning void in his chest. Instead, it had only made the emptiness grow larger. Even killing the elemental realm cultivator, watching him burn just as Li Yuan had burned, brought no peace. Li Yuan finally realized, far too late, that he had made a terrible mistake. He had sold his soul to a devil, and for what? A moment of revenge that brought no satisfaction, only a deeper understanding of his own damnation. Give up any thoughts of escaping our contract. The Masked One's words pulled him out of his thoughts. They are futile. Li Yuan looked up at his master, watching as the masked figure made strange gestures in the air, sweeping motions as though reading something invisible. Li Yuan had been confused by this behavior at first, thinking it must be some kind of technique or formation art. But nothing ever came of these gestures. His master would simply swipe at the air for minutes or hours at a time, occasionally muttering to himself. The masked one waved his hand dismissively at whatever he had been examining, then sighed. "No one interesting around," he muttered almost to himself. Li Yuan gathered his courage. "Master," he said carefully, "what are you looking for?" The masked figure turned to look at him, remaining silent for a long moment. Then he shook his head. "Is there any point in telling you? An NPC like yourself wouldn't understand." Li Yuan fought down the surge of anger that rose in his chest. There it was again, that strange word, NPC. He didn't know what it meant, but his master always used it with such dismissive contempt that it could only be an insult. The masked one seemed to notice Li Yuan's reaction and laughed. "Very well, I'll humor you. Tell me, do you know anyone who was born with a special constitution that lets them absorb spiritual energy faster than others? Someone who found an ancient technique or inheritance in their simple village?" Li Yuan shook his head, confused by the strange line of questioning. "What about someone who was wronged by a young master but survived through some hidden power? Or maybe someone who looks ordinary but has a mysterious background and unfathomable potential?" Again, Li Yuan could only shake his head. "What about a cultivator who acts righteous and seems weak but is actually—" The masked one tapered off as he saw that Li Yuan still looked confused. "You see? You NPCs are blind to protagonists. Only I can find them, or create them, just as I did you." Li Yuan kept his face neutral, but his thoughts were racing. This man was clearly insane, rambling about protagonists as though this world were some kind of novel. But mad or not, he was incredibly powerful. When Li Yuan finally found a way to break free of this monster's control, he would have to kill him. It would be a service to the world to eliminate such a dangerous lunatic. "The search for protagonists will have to continue another time," the masked one said with another sigh. "My storage of life realm energy has run out." Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly at that detail. It was an interesting weakness. Either his master was a stellar realm cultivator who had somehow acquired a limited supply of life realm energy, or he was in the early stages of the life realm himself and couldn't maintain his full power constantly. Either way, he was still far too powerful for Li Yuan to challenge directly. Patience would be required. "The energy from your 2 kills should keep you stable for a while longer," the masked one continued. "But you should enter my inner world and rest. I'll summon you when you are needed." A portal of swirling darkness appeared beside the throne. Li Yuan felt his body begin to move without his consent, his legs carrying him forward despite his desire to resist. He had been in the masked one's inner world before, or rather, the small portion of it that his master allowed him to access. It was simply empty space, a void where he would wait until he was needed again. As Li Yuan stepped through the portal, he caught one last glimpse of the chamber before the darkness closed in. Then he was in the void, that familiar nothingness which was his prison between missions. He could feel his body beginning to stiffen as the animation drained from his limbs. The last thing he saw before his eyes closed was the 2 other statues beside him, fellow puppets in the masked one's collection. He wondered if they, too, had sold themselves for revenge, only to learn too late the true price of their deal. Then consciousness went, and Li Yuan was just one more statue in the void, waiting for his master's call. Chapter 93, Azure Peak Sect Home. The massive gates of the Azure Peak Sect loomed before us, their blue-gray stone somehow both welcoming and intimidating in the late afternoon light. Strange how a place I'd initially seen as a prison had somehow become, well, if not exactly home, at least familiar territory. "Home sweet home," Wei Lin sighed, throwing his arms up over his head. "Though I have to admit, all that traveling has made me appreciate my bed even more." "At least we got what we came for," Lin Mei said, "even if the journey was more exciting than planned." "Well, I turned to the two brothers who'd been carrying Rocky for the past hour. This is where we part ways. Thank you for your assistance. I couldn't quite keep the amusement out of my voice at their forced labor. They pretty much dropped Rocky, though the stone guardian didn't seem bothered by it either. He just let out a grinding sound that could be taken as a yawn. So, Zhao Yu shifted his weight from foot to foot. We should probably… Actually, I said, studying them thoughtfully, I have a proposition for you both. Zhao Xing's eyes narrowed with immediate suspicion, while his younger brother's face showed naked hope. How would you feel about joining the Azure Peak sect? Yes, Zhao Yu blurted out before his brother could speak. I mean, that would be… I'm tired of running, always looking over our shoulders, wondering if the Mountain Tiger Gang will finally catch up to us. Shut up, Zhao Xing hissed, but the damage was already done. Just out of curiosity, I asked, how old are you both? I'm 35. Zhao Yu replied immediately. Brother is 40. I tried not to wince. That was older than I'd expected, though not entirely surprising. In this world, those without access to proper cultivation resources often took longer to advance. Still, to reach their respective stages without sect backing showed decent talent. I see, I said carefully. Well, given your ages, becoming outer disciples might be difficult. However, I continued before their faces could fall too much. I might be able to arrange positions as sect servants. Servants. Zhao Xing spat the word like it was poison. His chi flared momentarily before he got it under control. I'm not going to be anyone's errand boy. Besides, his gaze shifted to Lu Chan. Why not have the boy's master pull some strings? Surely a life realm cultivator could. Couldn't help it, I laughed. You're the ones who tried to steal from us, and now you're acting like we owe you favors? I shook my head, still chuckling. Besides, Lu Chan isn't actually anyone's disciple. He's not even part of the sect. Yet. The color drained from Zhao Xing's face as he processed this information. His eyes darted to the sect guards watching us from their posts, then back to me. I could practically see him realizing how thoroughly he'd been played. Wei Lin burst out laughing at his expression. Oh, this is priceless. The great bandit, outwitted by a child. And you fell for it so completely? Lin Mei added, wiping tears from her eyes. All that careful negotiating. Even Zhao Yu joined in the laughter. That's what you get for always trying to be clever, brother. For once, someone pulled one over on you instead. Zhao Xing rounded on his brother. Why are you always against me? Against you? Zhao Yu's smile vanished. I'm trying to keep us alive. Stealing from the gang, picking fights with sect disciples. One of these days your schemes are going to get us killed. I'm trying to get us the good life, Zhao Xing protested. But his voice lacked its usual confidence. More like the quick death, Zhao Yu muttered. Whilst the brothers continued to bicker, I shrugged, turning toward the gates. The offer stands if you want it. Play hardball if you like. But it makes no difference to me. I'm sure there are plenty of others who'd appreciate steady work and access to basic cultivation resources. Wait, Zhao Yu called out, taking a step forward. The sudden movement made several defense hall disciples shift their stances, chi gathering at their fingertips, but they relaxed when they saw that he wasn't attacking. He was begging. Please, I accept, Zhao Yu cried, actually dropping to his knees. I'm tired of running, tired of looking over my shoulder. I'll be the best servant you've ever seen. His brother's face twisted with embarrassment. You get up. Have some dignity. I felt a twinge of awkwardness at the display, but I couldn't deny the practical benefits of having someone like Zhao Yu in my debt. His caution and pragmatism could be useful, especially given his cultivation level. Get up, I said with a nod. Come on then. Brother. Zhao Yu looked back at Zhao Xing pleadingly. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. The older brother made a show of great suffering before throwing his hands up in defeat. Fine, but I'm only doing this for you. Someone has to keep you from getting taken advantage of. We approached the gates properly now, where several members of the discipline hall were already walking out to meet us. Wei Lin stepped forward, smoothly taking charge of the situation. "These two are being recruited as servants," he explained, gesturing to the brothers. "They've demonstrated useful qualities." The discipline hall members exchanged glances before one nodded. "Come with us," he told the brothers. "We'll need to perform the standard security checks." As the brothers were led away, Rocky suddenly transformed back into his true form, stretching his massive stone limbs with a grinding sound that made several of the remaining guards jump. One actually drew his sword before Wei Lin quickly stepped in. "The stone elemental and the boy are also potential recruits," he explained. "We found them during our journey." The disciples exchanged looks. "The elders will want to see this one. Stone guardians are rare, especially ones with human companions." Lu Chun pressed closer to Rocky's leg, his earlier bravado vanishing in the face of official attention. Do I have to?" I crouched down to his level. "It'll be all right. The elders just want to make sure Rocky is properly registered with the sect. We'll see you soon. Okay? Promise." His voice was small. "Promise," I replied, ruffling his hair. "And Rocky will be with you the whole time." The boy nodded, squaring his shoulders with a determined look in his eye. As they walked away, Rocky's heavy footsteps echoing off the stone walls, I felt a strange mix of pride and worry. The kid seems to have been through a lot more than most. "He'll be fine," Lin Mei said, reading my expression. "The elders aren't going to pass up a chance to add a stone guardian to the sect's forces, especially not one that's already reached the 6th stage of qi condensation. Plus, the boy clearly has talent," Wei Lin added as we made our way into the sect proper. "That burst of power we saw? That might be normal for a soul bond, but his body easily being able to use it without suffering the side effects isn't." I nodded, though I couldn't help but wonder if that attention would be entirely good for Lu Chun. As we continued our way, we passed several groups of outer disciples who gave us curious looks, probably wondering about our travel-stained appearance and the general air of exhaustion we all carried. A few seemed about to approach Wei Lin, likely seeking news or trying to curry favor, but something in our expressions made them think better of it. "Look at them all scurrying around," Wei Lin muttered. "The resource distribution must be coming up soon. Everyone's trying to improve their position before then in preparation for the outer sect tournament."
Lin Mei sighed.
"I'd almost forgotten about that. I'll need to make sure my herb gardens are producing well if I want to maintain my current allocation. You can use my connection with the Wei clan's merchants," Wei Lin offered, then grinned as Lin Mei raised an eyebrow. "What? I'm allowed to help my girlfriend, aren't I?" "Your girlfriend, Lin Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I don't recall agreeing to that title officially." Wei Lin's face fell. But I thought. "You're really going to make him ask you officially, aren't you?" I laughed. Lin Mei just smiled sweetly while Wei Lin sputtered. It was good to see them like this. After everything we'd been through, they deserved some normal couple drama. A commotion from the direction of the training fields caught our attention. A group of outer disciples were gathering around something, their excited voices carrying across the courtyard. "Should we check it out?" I asked, but Wei Lin shook his head. "Probably just another cultivation prodigy showing off," he said with a hint of bitterness. Ever since Song Xiang's promotion to Legacy Disciple and Wu Kongming's surprise win over Zhou, everyone with half a spark of talent thinks they're the next chosen one. We were just passing by when a familiar voice stopped us cold. Disciples Wei Lin, Lin Mei, and Ku Yin. I turned slowly, already knowing who I would see. Senior Sister Lu stood there in her trainer's robes, looking exactly as she had the day we left. But something was different, something that sent a chill down my spine. She was smiling. "Where?" she asked pleasantly. "Have you three been these past weeks?" The temperature seemed to drop several degrees despite the warmth radiating from the sun. I exchanged glances with Wei Lin and Lin Mei, all of us thinking the same thing. We were in so much trouble. Chapter 94. Do you dare accept? Senior Sister Lu's smile made my blood run cold. In all my time at the Azure Peak sect, I had never seen her smile. Stern lectures? Yes. Disapproving frowns? Constantly. But a smile? This was new territory, and new territory was dangerous in the cultivation world. Senior sister. Wei Lin's voice cracked a little, but not a second later he was back to flashing his usual cocky grin. What a nice surprise too. 3 weeks. The smile on Senior Sister Lu's face hadn't changed, but that somehow made it more terrifying. 3 weeks without so much as a message to the sect. I watched Wei Lin's confident facade crumble under that unnaturally pleasant expression. Even Lin Mei, usually so composed, was fidgeting with her jade pendant. We were gathering elemental essence. Lin Mei tried to explain, the words tumbling out in a rush. For cultivation, of course. And we had very good reasons for. The elemental essence was for me. I cut in, making Senior Sister Lu look at me. They were helping me prepare for a breakthrough. Ah yes, she murmured. 2 breakthroughs in a few weeks. She examined me closely, no doubt looking for signs of unstable qi or damaged meridians. Finding none, she slowly nodded. Not bad. Looks like the World Tree Sutra is quite suited for you. Thank you, I stuttered, at a loss for anything else to say. It was odd being complimented by someone who mostly communicated through sharp silences and disappointed expressions. Her gaze dropped back to Wei Lin and Lin Mei, and her face cooled by several degrees. Kuyin has progressed further than any other outer sect student. You two, on the other hand, have fallen behind in your cultivation. Here we go, I thought. The lecture we'd all been dreading. Wei Lin opened his mouth to protest but shut it again quickly as Senior Sister Lu went on. The immortal path is a lonely one, she declared. Each cultivator must prioritize their own advancement above all else. Friends, family, worldly attachments. These are chains that will only drag you down. Look at yourselves. While your friend has reached the 5th stage, you both remain at the 3rd. How can you hope to keep up if you don't focus on your own cultivation? I held back a sigh as I listened. This was the traditional view in the cultivation world, but I knew there were many ways to the Tao. Dual cultivation was a prime example, though that definitely wasn't the situation with my friends and me. Still, it proved that the lonely path philosophy wasn't the only valid approach. Though I did feel guilty that they really had lost time cultivating because of me. Senior sister, Wei Lin interrupted carefully, immediately making me wonder if he had a death wish. Most disciples at our stage wouldn't have the confidence to travel outside the sect alone. Even if they did, most wouldn't return alive. Lin Mei nodded, apparently deciding that since Wei Lin had already stuck his neck out, she might as well join him. The few weeks outside taught me more about the cultivation world than all my time in the sect. We learned. Be that as it may, Senior Sister Lu cut her off smoothly. It is still my job to track the progress of outer disciples. I cannot have you running around outside the sect without permission. A few days is one thing, but weeks. She shook her head. There must be consequences for your actions. Wei Lin and Lin Mei tensed beside me. Here it comes, I thought. For the next month, you will both take extra shifts in the herb gardens. She began, her voice allowing no room for debate. You'll also assist in training the new servant recruits in basic cultivation techniques. She paused and a small, fleeting smile played across her lips. And you'll also serve as training partners for the inner disciples. Wei Lin's face fell. Extra garden shifts meant less time for his practice, and teaching beginners was notoriously exhausting work. But to serve as training partners for inner disciples? That was something different entirely. That meant being used as practice dummies for people who could easily crush us if they got careless. Even those that tried to hold back often misjudged their strength. Lin Mei looked less bothered by the garden duty. It was her specialty after all. But the prospect of teaching clearly made her nervous. And I could see her hands shaking slightly at the mention of inner disciple training. We'd all heard stories about outer disciples who ended up in the medical pavilion for weeks after such sessions. The inner disciples need reliable training partners to help them hone their skills. Senior Sister Lu continued, as if she hadn't just sentenced them to weeks of acting as human target practice. And since you three get along so well, they'll also benefit from having a cohesive team to train against. Hopefully what happened to Zhou will make them more careful with their practice partners. Wei Lin muttered under his breath, though not quite quietly enough. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. I couldn't stay silent. They'd gotten into this mess because of me, going out of their way to help when they could have just focused on their own cultivation like proper disciples. Senior Sister Lu, I spoke up, ignoring Wei Lin's subtle head shake. They don't deserve punishment. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. I'm the one who... Do you actually believe that? She interrupted, fixing me with an intense stare. I nodded. I wasn't the type to let friends take the fall for me, even if it meant more work. They'd gone out of their way to help. I'd do the same. Still, there was something about her expression that made me wonder if I was walking into some kind of trap. To my shock, Senior Sister Lu actually laughed. A real laugh. Not the terrifying smile from before. Since you're all so convinced you did the right thing, she said once she'd composed herself, let's put that to the test. We exchanged worried glances, wondering what she had in mind. But before I get to that, she continued, some good news. Depending on how valuable your recruits prove to be, you'll each receive contribution points. I nodded, familiar with the practice. Disciples could earn points by bringing back treasures, techniques, or even people to the sect. It was a standard way to encourage expansion while maintaining quality control. Though I had to wonder how many points a stone guardian, its human buddy, and 2 reformed bandits would be worth. Now then, her voice took on an almost playful tone that set off all sorts of warning bells in my head. About testing your teamwork. The Outer Disciple Tournament is fast approaching. The first stage typically involves group activities. Her eyes glinted. I don't usually recommend first-years participate, but since you're so confident in your way and one of you has reached the 5th stage, would you dare to participate and prove me wrong? We exchanged glances. I could see the uncertainty in Wei Lin and Lin Mei's eyes, but also determination. They weren't going to back down if I was willing to try. Yes, I said firmly. Are you certain? Senior Sister Lu's voice dropped lower. This year's participants are on another level. Not only is someone like Wu Kongming participating, but there are several cultivators who have reached the 7th stage. She paused meaningfully. And one who has reached the 8th. I kept my expression neutral, but my mind was racing. The 8th stage of qi condensation wasn't far from the elemental realm. Someone at that level could probably kill me within a minute. A few months ago, I would have immediately rejected this challenge. The risk of death or drawing attention, especially from the elders who would be watching the tournament, would have seemed too high. And yet, my recent breakthrough meant I was more confident in my ability to stay alive, and I knew I had room for at least one more advancement before the tournament. If necessary, I could even do another training time loop, though I'd have to be careful about showing too much improvement too quickly. My thoughts on drawing attention had changed. After my experience with Elder Malric, I'd realized that having one-on-one tuition from an elder was worth the increased scrutiny. Yes, it might paint a bigger target on my back, but it would also mean access to better resources and techniques. Who knew? I might even get a life-saving treasure out of it. Not to mention, I couldn't stay an outer disciple forever. But more importantly, the tournament would be closely monitored. Unlike the outside world, there would be rules and supervision. It was actually safer than our recent adventures in some ways. Plus, the rewards for placing well in the tournament were substantial. Even if we didn't win, just participating could earn us valuable resources. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. You're actually considering this? I am, I replied mentally. I'd been planning to sign up for the tournament anyway. If there was an added bonus of getting my friends out of trouble, even better. I looked Senior Sister Lu in the eye and nodded. Yes, we'll participate. She studied me for a long moment before nodding. In that case, I will waive the punishment. But I expect you all to pass the first stage. Her lips quirked slightly. As for anything more than that, maybe next year you might actually have a decent chance of winning. She looked directly at me as she said this, and I wondered just how much she had guessed about my potential. Time isn't a problem, Azure mused in my mind, picking up on my thoughts. Though we should be careful about how obviously we improve. Agreed, I replied mentally. We'll need to make any advancement look natural. Senior Sister Lu turned to leave, then paused. You have 8 weeks, she said over her shoulder. Then, in a movement too smooth to follow, she simply wasn't there anymore. Her voice lingered in the air like an echo. Use them wisely. Chapter 95. Team Meeting. Did we? Wei Lin started. Just agree to enter the tournament? Lin Mei finished. Pretty sure we did, I replied, already mentally calculating how many time loops I could fit into 8 weeks without arousing suspicion. Wei Lin ran his hands through his hair. Are we crazy? There's going to be 8th stage cultivators there. Only 1/8 stage, Lin Mei corrected, though she didn't sound particularly reassured by this fact. Look, I said, turning to face them both. We only need to pass the first stage. Senior Sister Lu basically admitted she doesn't expect us to go further than that. I suppose we should start planning our training schedule? Lin Mei asked. Tomorrow, Wei Lin declared. Right now I need food, a bath, and about 12 hours of sleep. Not necessarily in that order. As if on cue, my stomach growled loudly. We'd been so caught up in Senior Sister Lu's appearance that I'd forgotten how long it had been since our last real meal that wasn't on the road. Food first, I agreed. We can worry about 8th stage cultivators after dumplings. And a bath, Lin Mei insisted, brushing road dust from her robes. I refused to plan tournament strategy while smelling like a stable. We made our way toward the Outer Disciples' dining hall, already debating the merits of various training approaches. I couldn't help but smile, despite the daunting challenge ahead. This wasn't the careful, solitary path to immortality that Senior Sister Lu advocated. But maybe that was okay. Maybe there was room on the Dao for different approaches, for cultivators who advanced through cooperation rather than isolation. Besides, I thought as I watched Wei Lin try to steal a dumpling from Lin Mei's bowl and get his chopsticks smacked for the attempt. What was the point of becoming immortal if you had to do it alone? Master, Azure's voice was unusually gentle in my mind. Your cultivation pace is already something your friends are struggling to match. As time passes, the gap will only widen. I stopped smiling then, and turned back to look at my friends, who were continuing to argue over dumplings. Deep down, I knew Azure was right. The rate at which I could progress using the time loops, combined with my unique cultivation method, meant I was advancing far faster than normal disciples. No matter how much I wished otherwise, there would come a time when our paths would diverge. But not today. Today, we were just 3 friends sharing a meal, planning for a tournament that was probably going to get us killed. The future could wait. The late afternoon sun filtered through my window, casting shadows across Wei Lin, who was sprawled across my bed like he owned it, whilst me and Lin Mei sat opposite him on chairs. I took a deep breath and finally said what had been weighing on my mind. I'm sorry to have gotten you both into this mess. The stuff that happened outside the sect, the tournament. I gestured vaguely. All of it. Wei Lin snorted and threw my pillow at me as he sat up. I caught it with my right hand before it could hit my face. Are you seriously apologizing? After everything that happened? But nothing, he cut me off. If you hadn't been at the Wei compound. His voice grew serious. We don't know what would have happened to my father. Still, no more of this kind of talk, interrupted Lin Mei. We knew what we were getting into when we left the sect, and well, we gained some real-world experience and even recruited a few friends to join the sect. I don't know if I'd call the former bandits my friends, Wei Lin muttered. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Speaking of experience, I said, deciding to change the subject, how's your cultivation going? We'll need to be in top form for the tournament. Wei Lin and Lin Mei exchanged a look which could only be described as shy. A light blush spread through Lin Mei's cheeks. What? I asked, looking back and forth between them. Did I miss something? They exchanged a look before chiming in unison. We're close to reaching the 4th stage. I blinked. That didn't make any sense. But when did you have time to? The words were swallowed in my throat as I took in their embarrassed smiles. You guys. I pointed accusingly at them. You actually. My spare pillow flew through the room and hit me square on the nose. See, Wei Lin called out. We really were focused on cultivation. Lin Mei buried her face in her hands, but I could see her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Dual cultivation, I muttered, shaking my head. I should have known. It's a perfectly valid cultivation method. Wei Lin protested, though his face was nearly as red as Lin Mei's. And very efficient, Lin Mei whispered, though she couldn't quite meet my eyes. Hey, as long as it works. I raised my hands in surrender. If we're going against an 8th stage qi condensation cultivator, we need every advantage we can get. I'd always relied on myself in battle, but real teamwork meant knowing and using everyone's strengths. Let's figure out our roles, I suggested. What each of us brings to the table. Lin Mei perked up at this. My flowing river method would make me a good support, she said, her words tumbling out in a rush. I could start learning some healing techniques. She trailed off, her enthusiasm dimming as a look of realization appeared on her face. Though after seeing what you did with Wei Yi, maybe I should. No, that's really okay. I cut in. The Wei Yi thing was special. I tried to find a way to explain that my healing abilities mostly involved channeling energy from an otherworldly blue sun. Other than my self-healing technique, which still needs a lot of work, I'm not really suited for healing. Really?
Lin Mei brightened.
Then I'll focus on that. Between my water circulation principles and the herb knowledge from the gardens, I think I could develop some useful support techniques. What about me? Wei Lin asked, leaning his back against the wall. Please tell me I get to hit things. I grinned. I was thinking you and I could be our main combat force. Create opportunities for each other. Keep opponents off balance. I paused thoughtfully. I can also handle reconnaissance. They both looked surprised at that. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow. Since when were you a scout? I shrugged, trying to look mysterious. The World Tree Sutra gives me a special connection to plants. Makes it easier to sense approaching danger through them. Sense approaching danger through plants? Azure's voice echoed in my mind. Is that what we're calling my comprehensive scanning abilities now? Would you prefer I tell them about the artificial intelligence living in my inner world? I shot back mentally. Point taken, Azure conceded. Though you might want to work on your cover stories. That was barely convincing. What about all that formation equipment you bought? Wei Lin asked, gesturing to the case still sitting unopened by my bed. Aren't you planning to learn that too? I nodded. Most disciples will have higher cultivation than us, but I doubt many have specialized in formations or something similar. It might give us an edge. But in my head, I was already wondering how I could use my knowledge from other worlds to speed up my learning in formations. The Two Suns rune system had some deeper principles that I could apply here after all. That's all then, clapped Wei Lin. We all know what to work on. We also need to come together once every week for team practice, I suggested. That's how our chemistry in battle will improve. Don't we need to register first? Lin Mei asked, her eyes darting between me and Wei Lin. To participate in the tournament? Right, I said, getting to my feet. Why don't you two go check on Lu Chun and Rocky? Make sure they're settling in okay. I'll handle the registration. Wei Lin stretched lazily before rolling off my bed. Sounds good, though you do know Rocky probably has better accommodations than us by now. The sect isn't going to pass up a chance to properly house their new stone guardian. As long as they keep him and Lu Chun together, I said. That bond between them is special. I remembered the fierce protectiveness in the boy's eyes whenever Rocky was threatened. They need each other. I'm sure they'll be fine. Just try not to start any fights before the tournament actually begins. Lin Mei warned as she stood. We've had enough excitement for a year. Me? Start fights. I placed a hand over my heart in mock offense. I would never. Right? Wei Lin drawled. Just like you would never antagonize Zhou or Wu Kongming. Zhou picked on me, I protested. And technically, Wu Kongming's problem isn't with me, it's with Wu Lihua. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Wei Lin patted my shoulder as he headed for the door. Come on, my beautiful cultivation partner. Let's go make sure Rocky hasn't tried to eat any of the sect's decorative stones. Lin Mei blushed at the term cultivation partner, but followed him out, pausing only to give me a warning look. Be careful, she said softly. The tournament registration area will be full of people trying to size up the competition. Don't show too much. I nodded, touched by her concern. I'll be good. Probably. That's not reassuring, she called back as she hurried after Wei Lin. I waited until their footsteps had faded before entering my inner world. Azure, what do you think our chances actually are? In the tournament? He was quiet for a moment. The first stage should be manageable, especially if we can improve your formation skills. After that, it depends on who we're matched against, and how much we're willing to reveal. I nodded, already planning how to balance showing enough to advance and catch the eye of an elder while keeping our true capabilities hidden. It would be a delicate dance, but then again, when wasn't it in this world? Well, I said, heading for the door, might as well get started. Time to see who else is crazy enough to enter this tournament. Chapter 96. The Competition. By the time I arrived, the registration hall was packed with outer disciples. The excited chattering of their voices was like a swarm of spiritual insects. I had never seen the usually quiet space so alive with energy. Clusters of disciples gathered around the registration tables, sizing up potential competitors while pretending not to. Quite the turnout, Azure noted as I made my way through the crowd. He wasn't wrong. I'd known the tournament this year would be competitive, but seeing the sheer number of participants drove the point home. Most were gathered in groups of 3, already formed into their teams, ready for the first stage. Did you notice the look in their eyes? Azure asked. The way they're all watching each other? Every team here thinks they have a chance of winning. He had a point. Despite the casual conversations and apparent relaxed atmosphere, there was an underlying tension in the room. Everyone was evaluating everyone else, trying to gauge the competition while simultaneously showing off their own strength. It was like a complicated dance where everyone was both performer and audience. I found an empty spot near one of the stone pillars and leaned against it. The vantage point would let me observe the room more carefully. Most of these disciples had been in the sect for years, but cultivation-wise, I wasn't as outmatched as I'd expected. While I definitely wasn't among the strongest, plenty of participants seemed to be around the 5th or 6th stage of chi condensation. That group by the window, Azure highlighted, they are all at the 6th stage, and the team near the registration table is mixed 1/6 stage with 2 4th stage members. I nodded slightly. The variety was interesting. Some teams seemed built around a strong leader with weaker support, while others had chosen to balance their strength more evenly. A sudden hush fell over the crowd, drawing my attention to the entrance. 3 disciples walked in. The leader was a tall, lean young man with sharp features. He moved with the confident stride of one who knew precisely how powerful they were. The spiritual pressure radiating from him marked him clearly as a 7th stage cultivator. The Shadow Wraith Squad, someone whispered nearby, voice tinged with awe and fear, led by Chun Feng. I heard he mastered the shadow walking technique in just 2 months, another disciple added. That's why they call him the Ghost Step Expert. They say he's never lost a fight in the outer sect. Never had to fight, his companion corrected. Most people are smart enough not to challenge what they can't hit. The whispers continued as Chun Feng's team made their way to the registration table, the crowd parting before them like water around a stone. His teammates, both 6th stage cultivators from what I could sense, moved with similar grace, though their pressure was notably less intense. Interesting technique choice, Azure mused. The shadow element is usually considered too difficult for chi condensation cultivators. The comprehension ability needed alone. Before I could reply, Another ripple of excitement passed through the crowd. This group was led by a girl who moved with the fluid grace of a water cultivator. But there was something predatory in her stride. Also 7th stage, if I was reading her chi correctly. That's Mingyu, someone whispered. They say she killed 3 bandits with a single technique? Another disciple finished. Yeah, I heard about that. Her whole team's dangerous. The short one's a poison expert, and the tall guy's got some kind of sound-based attack that can rupture meridians. I filed that information away. A team specializing in control and debuffs would be tricky to deal with. Mingyu's team took position on the opposite side of the room from Chen Feng's group. The tension between the two teams was palpable, though neither acknowledged the other directly. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. The hall fell silent again as a third 7th stage team arrived. This group had a different energy. All business, no showing off. Their leader was built like a mountain, his chi dense and earthy. Earth Fist Lu, Azure provided, picking up fragments of nearby conversations. Specializes in close combat. His teammates are both ranged specialists. One uses throwing needles, the other some kind of spirit beast summoning technique. I was starting to see why Senior Sister Lu had warned us about this year's competition. Any of these teams could probably wipe the floor with us if we weren't careful. But the real shock came when the final team arrived. The spiritual pressure hit first, a wave of force that made several weaker disciples stumble. 3 figures appeared in the doorway, their arrival sending a shock through the crowd that made the previous reactions seem mild in comparison. 8th stage, Azure confirmed unnecessarily, and his teammates are both at the 7th. The leader was surprisingly ordinary-looking, average height, plain features, simple robes. But the power rolling off him in waves was anything but ordinary. This was Yuan Jun, apparently the favorite to win not just the first stage, but the entire tournament. They say he could have joined the inner sect last year, waiting so he could participate in the tournament with his sworn brothers. No one else even has a chance. Why did he have to participate in the same tournament as me? The whispers painted a picture of someone who had been marked for greatness from the start. His teammates weren't far behind, both 7th stage cultivators with their own impressive reputations. Together, they were considered nearly unbeatable at the outer disciple level. I watched as Yuan Jun's team made their way to the registration table. Unlike the 7th stage teams, they didn't bother with any displays of power or coordination. They didn't need to. The gap between the 7th and 8th stages of chi condensation was like the difference between a creek and a river. You could admire both, but you'd never confuse one for the other. Well, I muttered. At least we know what we're up against. True, Azure replied, but I noticed that you don't sound particularly concerned. I shrugged slightly. My team only needs to pass the first stage. After that, it's on me to enter the top 10. Assuming we survive the first stage. Always so optimistic. The registration process itself was pretty straightforward. The inner disciples manning the tables looked bored as they recorded team names and member information in large ledgers. We need a team name, I realized as we approached the table. Something appropriately intimidating? Azure suggested. Peak Crushers? Demon Slayers? Death Lords? I snorted. We'd sound ridiculous. Besides, Wei Lin would never let me hear the end of it if I picked something that dramatic without consulting him. Fair point. Something simple then. I thought about Wei Lin's merchant-style cultivation method, Lin Mei's love for the herb gardens, and my own somewhat complicated path. 3 very different approaches to cultivation, yet somehow we worked well together. 3 paths. Really? Azure sounded disappointed. That's rather bland. Because we're all walking different roads to the same destination. That's surprisingly poetic, Azure admitted. Though it might be a bit too meaningful. Maybe something more. It's accurate, I countered. And it won't make us sound like idiots when we inevitably fail to live up to a more grandiose name. When I reached the registration table, the disciple handling the paperwork looked up at me expectantly. Team name and members? She asked. brush poised over the registration scroll. 3 paths, I stated clearly. Members are Ku-in, Wei Lin, and Lin Mei. Her brush paused. First-year disciples? She looked up at me with new interest. You understand this isn't a basic training exercise? We understand, I replied evenly. She shrugged and began writing. Your funeral. A laugh from behind me drew my attention. A team of 3 disciples had approached while I was registering their leader. A 6th-stage cultivator with an unnecessarily fancy sword at his hip was looking at me with a grin. First years entering the tournament? He shook his head. The sect really needs to set better standards. This is supposed to be a serious competition, not a playground for children. His teammates, both 5th-stage cultivators, laughed on cue. I studied them for a moment, wondering what was wrong with them. Anyone with sense should realize that a first-year disciple reaching the 5th stage of chi condensation wasn't normal. Either I was some kind of genius or I had serious backing. Either way, picking a fight seemed unwise. Master, Azure's voice held a note of amusement. I believe this is what humans call asking for it. Azure, is seeking death a cultivation requirement I missed somewhere? I wondered back. The disciple was still talking, apparently taking my silence as fear rather than bewilderment at his life choices. Listen, he said, taking a step closer. I'm trying to do you a favor here. The tournament is dangerous. Someone could get hurt. His tone made it clear that someone meant me. I turned to leave, not bothering to respond. I had more important things to do than deal with whatever this was. The tournament was only 8 weeks away, and I needed to. A hand grabbed my shoulder roughly from behind. My eyes narrowed. Chapter 97. It was self-defense. I could feel the 6th-stage cultivator trying to press his spiritual essence into my meridians, a common technique used to establish dominance among disciples. Too bad for him, my cultivation base was far more stable than he likely assumed. I turned around slowly, deliberately, letting a small smile play across my lips. The registration hall had gone quiet, dozens of eyes watching to see how this would play out. The disciple towered over me by at least half a head. His gray robes embroidered with golden thread that probably cost more spirit stones than most outer disciples saw in a month. I'm only going to say it once, I said quietly. Remove your hand. His face flushed red, whether from anger or embarrassment at my lack of fear. I couldn't tell. Behind him, his 2 teammates shifted their stances slightly, already preparing for violence. Their movements were coordinated, clearly a team that had trained together for some time. Listen here, you arrogant little first year, he growled, his fingers digging deeper into my shoulder. I am Feng Zhao, and I've been in this sect for 5 years. I've earned my place here. Who do you think you are, walking in here like you own the place? I remained silent, which seemed to infuriate him further. You think reaching the 5th stage makes you special? Feng Zhao's voice dripped with contempt. I bet you just got lucky with some stolen technique or family backing. Real cultivators earn their power through years of. The rest of his sentence was lost as his other hand shot forward in a straight chi-enhanced punch aimed at my face. The movement was actually quite impressive for a 6th-stage cultivator. His form was decent, and he'd masked his intent well enough that most disciples of my supposed level would have been caught completely off guard. It was the definition of a true sucker punch, or at least an attempt at one. Time seemed to slow as I activated both suns simultaneously, their combined power surging through my meridians like liquid lightning. The Genesis seed resonated with their energy, creating that familiar crystalline clarity where everything seemed to move in perfect synchronization. I watched his fist approach in what felt like slow motion. Master, Azure commented dryly in my mind. I believe this is what humans call showing off. He's attacking me. I'm just defending myself, I replied mentally. Even as I activated the blink step rune on my thigh, the world blurred around me as I vanished from in front of the disciple, reappearing instantly at his left side where his stance was weakest. His eyes were still fixed on where I had been standing, his expression just beginning to register confusion. My hand was already moving in a phantom strike, the Titan's crest blazing to life on my palm. The combination of the technique and the rune's enhancement meant that even a glancing blow would. The impact sent him flying across the registration hall like he'd been kicked by an angry stone guardian. His body crashed into one of the ornate stone pillars with a sickening crack, sending spiderweb fractures racing through the carved surface. He slumped to the ground, his fancy robes torn and dirted, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, clearly disrupted by the force of the blow. The hall erupted in shocked whispers. I caught fragments of conversations. "Did you see? Just disappeared. Some kind of movement technique. First-year disciple? Has to be lying about. A dark horse." His teammates stepped forward, hands raised in combat stances, but I could see the uncertainty in their eyes. Their chi fluctuated erratically. They clearly hadn't expected a first-year disciple to be capable of this level of violence. "That's quite enough." The voice wasn't particularly loud, but it carried an authority that made everyone freeze. One of the inner disciples manning the registration tables had stood up, his movement so smooth it seemed almost casual. But there was nothing casual about the spiritual pressure that rolled off him, hitting the room like a physical wave. I watched in fascination as most of the outer disciples simply stopped, their bodies locked up, paralyzed by the sheer weight of an elemental realm cultivator's aura. It was like watching statues being created in real time, dozens of cultivators frozen mid-motion, some with their mouths still open in half-spoken words. The seventh stage disciples weren't completely immobilized, but they were clearly struggling. I could see Chun Feng's face twisted in concentration as he fought against the pressure, sweat beading on his forehead. His legendary shadow walking technique wouldn't help him here. This wasn't an attack to be dodged, but a fundamental difference in cultivation bases. Mingyu, the other seventh stage cultivator, managed to maintain her graceful posture, but her knuckles were white where she gripped the edge of a nearby table. Her teammates weren't faring as well. The poison expert had gone completely pale, while the sound specialist looked like he was trying to scream but couldn't make his mouth work. Even Earth Fist Lu, mountain-like in his stability, swayed slightly under the pressure. His ranged combat specialists had both dropped to their knees, their chi fluctuating wildly as they tried to resist the overwhelming force. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Only Yuan Zhen, the eighth stage cultivator, seemed relatively unaffected. His eyebrows rose slightly in what might have been mild interest, but otherwise he appeared unbothered by the display of power. His teammates, both seventh stage cultivators themselves, managed to stay standing through what appeared to be sheer proximity to their leader's powerful spiritual essence. As for me, I felt the pressure try to lock my body in place, but the combined energy of both suns, amplified by the Genesis seed, seemed to create a sort of buffer. It was like being underwater but still able to breathe, uncomfortable, but not debilitating. The inner disciple's eyes widened slightly as he noticed my relative freedom of movement. Then his stern expression melted into an amused smile that somehow managed to be both approving and predatory at the same time. Well, he said, letting his aura dissipate. The other disciples gasped collectively as they were released from its grip. Several stumbled, their legs weak from the strain of resistance. "It seems it's only a matter of time before you join us in the inner sect, brother." The reaction from the other disciples was immediate. Whispers broke out across the hall, and I could feel dozens of calculating gazes reassessing me. Some were filled with envy, others with speculation, and more than a few with barely concealed hostility. "Did you hear that?" Inner disciple acknowledged. "Must have serious backing. Another Song Xiang situation? Probably another hidden genius." The inner disciple's smile vanished as he turned to face my would-be attacker, who was being helped to his feet by his teammates. Blood still trickled from his mouth, and his spiritual essence fluctuated erratically, showing signs of pending chi deviation. "You'll be paying a visit to the disciplinary hall," he stated flatly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "What?" the disciple sputtered, wiping blood from his chin with a trembling hand. His expensive robes were ruined, torn and stained with both blood and dust. But I'm the one who got hurt. He defended himself quite effectively. The inner disciple cut him off with a laugh that held no humor. You can only blame yourself for attacking a tiger in sheep's clothing. Did you really think a first year reaching the 5th stage was normal? 2 more inner disciples appeared. I hadn't even seen them approach, and took hold of the protesting disciple's arms. But senior brother, one of the attacker's teammates stepped forward, his voice wavering slightly. We were just what? The inner disciple's voice grew sharp. Just trying to bully someone you thought was weaker? Just trying to show off your supposed superiority? He shook his head in disgust. This kind of behavior reflects poorly on the entire sect. Perhaps sometime in the disciplinary hall will help you understand the proper way to conduct yourselves. The other inner disciples began leading the 3 troublemakers away. I noticed that despite their lack of injuries, none of them dared to resist. The disciplinary hall's reputation was apparently enough to ensure compliance. The fun is over, the first inner disciple announced, clapping his hands. If you haven't registered yet, do so quickly. If you have, leave. Now. The hall began to empty, disciples filing out in small groups, many still shooting glances in my direction. I could hear them continuing to speculate about my background, my cultivation method, my supposed connections. Some were already trying to figure out how to approach me, while others were clearly planning to stay far away from what they perceived as a dangerous political situation. As I turned to leave myself, I felt a particularly intense gaze on me. It was different from the others, not calculating or envious, but hungry. Turning slightly, I spotted Wukongming lurking in a shadowed corner, half his face hidden in darkness as he watched me with an unreadable expression. The golden light in his eyes seemed to pulse slightly, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw a spectral sword floating behind him. Well, that's not creepy at all, I muttered, heading for the exit. I made sure to keep my pace unhurried, my posture relaxed. No need to show that his attention bothered me. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind as I walked through the now empty corridors. Why did you use both Sun's power? Wasn't that rather conspicuous? As much as I hate making enemies, I was sneak attacked and needed to defend myself. Without their power, I wasn't completely confident in defeating him quickly and cleanly. But the attention it will draw would have come during the tournament anyway, I pointed out. My goal is to catch an elder's eye and become their disciple. I was afraid of the consequences before, but look at Wukongming. He's far more impressive than me, and nothing's happened to him since his return. You make a fair point, Azure conceded after a moment of consideration. This isn't like outside the sect. Here, potential will be nurtured. Outside, well, we both know what happens to interesting specimens in the wider world. I shuddered, remembering what had happened to Li Yuan. Still, Azure continued, we should be careful about Disciple Kuin. The voice behind me made me freeze mid-step. It wasn't one I recognized, but something about its tone, a sort of amused authority, made me think I was either in very big trouble or about to receive an interesting opportunity. Knowing my luck, probably both. Chapter 98. The Offer. I turned slowly. Despite not recognizing the voice, I somehow had an idea of who I would see. Sure enough, Old Man Bu stood there in the empty hallway, looking exactly as he had in his warehouse, the same wrinkly face, the same simple merchant's robes, even the same slight stoop that made him appear older and frilier than he likely was.
Senor Bu.
I couldn't quite keep the surprise from my voice. The registration hall was one of the last places I'd expected to run into the crippled merchant. He looked me up and down, studying me with far more intensity than he had during our previous meeting. It seems you really put that water essence to good use, young friend. Something about the way he said it made me think he wasn't just making casual conversation. I didn't expect to see you here, I said carefully as I tried to figure out what he was doing here. A merchant with access to the inner areas of the sect, appearing right after I'd drawn attention to myself? You being here means That I'm not just a simple merchant? He smiled. Indeed. Though I do enjoy the role. It's much more relaxing than my actual duties. You're an elder, I breathed, the pieces finally clicking into place. The restricted materials in his warehouse, his deep knowledge of cultivation techniques, the way he'd seemed to know exactly what I needed. It all made sense now. He nodded. Then, with a casual wave of his hand that somehow managed to convey both "follow me" and "this isn't really a request," he said. "Let's go somewhere more private to talk." The world compressed. That was the only way I could describe it. It was like reality itself folded around us, space twisting in ways that made my eyes water. When everything settled, we were standing in what appeared to be someone's private quarters. The room was unusual, to say the least. One wall was lined with shelves containing bottles of every shape and size imaginable, their contents ranging from crystal clear to deep crimson. Another held what appeared to be a massive formation diagram, but it was like no formation I'd ever seen. The lines curved and spiraled in impossible ways, forming patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Was Old Man Boo some kind of formation expert? The furniture was sparse but elegant. A few comfortable-looking chairs, a low table that appeared to be made from some kind of spirit wood, and a desk covered in scrolls and what looked like wine-stained formation diagrams. The overall effect was somewhere between a scholar's study and a wine merchant's tasting room. Where? I started to ask, still trying to orient myself after the sudden transition. My quarters, he replied without looking. He was already rummaging through one of the many drawers built into the wall. Now where did I? I tensed slightly, wondering what sort of treasure or pill an elder of the Azure Peak sect would consider worth showing to an outer disciple. Would it be some kind of test? A reward? He pulled out a bottle. Just a bottle. It was dark green, unmarked, and looked completely ordinary. But the way he cradled it, you'd think he was holding a newborn child. Beautiful, he murmured, running his fingers along the glass surface. Then, without any ceremony whatsoever, he uncorked it and chugged down the whole bottle. My eyes widened as his features began to shift. It wasn't a dramatic transformation, no blinding lights or magical effects, but more like watching ice melt in reverse. The wrinkles smoothed away, his slightly hunched posture straightened, and his gray hair darkened to a rich brown. Within moments, standing before me wasn't the elderly merchant. No, it was a man who appeared to be in his mid or late 30s. Much better, he sighed, rolling his shoulders. As fun as it can be. Maintaining that old man disguise gets tiring after a while. It seems we were correct about him being more than a crippled merchant. Azure commented in my mind, sounding amused. Looks like we found ourselves a drunken master archetype, I replied mentally. One who apparently enjoys playing a crippled shopkeeper in his spare time. You do seem to attract the most eccentric individuals, Azure noted dryly. Though I suppose that's better than attracting the boring but murderous type. I was saved from responding to that observation by the elder clearing his throat. I suppose proper introductions are in order, he said, settling into one of the chairs. I am Chun Yong, elder of the Azure Peak sect, master of the drunken immortal path, and, he grimaced slightly, recently promoted to the life realm. I bowed deeply, making sure to show proper respect. Whatever his eccentric behavior, this was still one of the most powerful cultivators in the sect. This disciple Kuin greets Elder Chun. He waved off my formality with a snort. Save the ceremony for the stuck-up elders who actually care about that sort of thing. I'd much rather discuss why I've bothered to reveal myself to you. I straightened, choosing my words carefully. This disciple would indeed be curious to know what business an elder might have with him. Chun Yong's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very diplomatic. You're much better at this game than most disciples your age. He leaned back in his chair, studying me with new interest. To be honest, I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now. My heart rate picked up slightly. Just how much did he know about me? Not by choice, mind you, he continued, making a face. The sect master asked me to, and well, It's generally not wise to refuse when Yuan makes a request. I couldn't quite suppress my reaction to that. The sect master himself had taken an interest in me? Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Chen Yong burst out laughing at my expression. Don't get too excited, kid. You weren't impressive enough to draw the sect master's attention directly. No, that honor belongs to Song Xiang. He took another sip from a fresh bottle that I hadn't even seen him produce. You just got stuck with old me instead because I'm supposedly good at spotting potential. Though personally, I think Yuan just enjoys making my life difficult. He settled more comfortably in his chair, the bottle dangling carelessly from his fingers. I was perfectly happy to stay in the shadows and not get involved with your cultivation. After all, why make an already tedious job more complicated? Do you have any idea how time-consuming it is to look after you brats? The questions, the training, the constant need for guidance. He took another long drink. Give me a good vintage and a quiet afternoon any day. I got the distinct impression he was enjoying his role as the lazy, put-upon elder a bit too much. But then, his voice grew more serious. I noticed something interesting today. Something very interesting indeed. I nodded slowly, already knowing where this was going. The Blue Sun's energy was too distinctive to hide completely, especially from someone who had just entered the life realm. You see, Chen Yong continued, I had just finished my breakthrough, completely by accident, I might add. Wasn't even trying to advance, but apparently the heavens had other ideas. He made a face that suggested the heavens had personally offended him. My eyes widened slightly at that. Accidental breakthroughs weren't unheard of, but at that level, the amount of accumulated knowledge and power needed to advance by accident was staggering. So, imagine my surprise when I sense a Qi condensation disciple giving off an aura similar to life realm energy. I tensed slightly, but kept my expression neutral. This was the moment I would find out if my plan had worked. Noticing the look in my eye, Chen Yong held his hands in front of me. Relax, kid. I'm not going to interrogate you or try to steal your opportunity. He took another drink, longer this time. Every cultivator has their secrets. Besides, I have enough trouble dealing with my own cultivation without trying to steal someone else's. That was reassuring to hear. Then what do you want, elder? He smiled, but there was something almost vulnerable in his expression. At my level, it becomes difficult to find new ways to break through. Previously, I didn't care much about advancing, was perfectly happy to stay where I was, drinking my wine and avoiding responsibility. But now, he continued, his voice softer, I've got these little brats depending on me. I must have looked confused, because he elaborated with a slight grimace. Life forms have begun appearing in my inner world. Primitive ones, barely more than sparks of awareness. But, he trailed off, looking uncomfortable with his own sentiment. If I die, they die too. And somehow, that makes everything more complicated. Here was one of the most powerful cultivators I'd ever met, someone who by all rights should be focused solely on his own advancement, and his primary motivation for getting stronger was to protect the tiny life forms that had appeared in his inner world. It was unexpectedly touching. Something in my expression must have given away my thoughts because he pointed his bottle at me accusingly. Don't give me that look. I'm not being noble or anything. They're just... He waved his hand vaguely. Annoying. Like having a bunch of needy children following you around constantly calling you creator. He shuddered. Do you have any idea how disturbing that is? Despite myself, I found my lips twitching into a smile. There was something refreshingly honest about his reluctant acceptance of responsibility. Anyway, he continued, that energy you gave off, it's similar to life realm energy but different in some key ways. I was hoping to study it. Might help me comprehend something useful. He shrugged. Or might not. But it's worth a try. And what would I get out of this arrangement? I asked carefully. He threw back his head and laughed. I like that you're unwilling to lose out. Already thinking like a proper cultivator. His eyes twinkled with genuine amusement. But remember, You do owe me a favor from our previous transaction. I nodded slowly. If all he wanted was to study the Blue Sun's energy, that would actually be a relatively safe way to repay that debt. As long as he didn't try anything too invasive. And, he added casually, I noticed you're interested in learning formations. I could also teach you a thing or two about those. My eyes narrowed. How had he known about that? I'd only bought the formation tools in Myriad Path City, not in the sect. Chun Yong waved off my suspicious look with another drink from his bottle. Don't worry about things that are above your level of understanding. Let's just say I have my ways of staying informed. Then his expression grew serious. The abrupt shift reminded me that for all his casual behavior, this was still an elder of a major sect. So, young man, he said, fixing me with that penetrating gaze again. What will your decision be? I stared at the elder as I weighed my options. On one hand, letting anyone study the sun's energy was risky. On the other hand, having an elder's guidance with formations could be invaluable, especially with the tournament approaching. And if I had to reveal some of my abilities to someone, a lazy elder who preferred to avoid sect politics might be the safest choice. The ball was in my court now. I just had to decide whether to take the shot. Chapter 99. Rank 1 Formations. I accept, I said finally. But I do have 3 conditions. Oh. He raised an eyebrow whilst taking another sip from his seemingly endless supply of wine. This should be interesting. First, any study of my energy must be non-invasive. No attempts to extract it without my permission. I held up a hand as he opened his mouth to protest. I know you could probably do it if you wanted to, but I'd prefer we establish clear boundaries. He thought about this for a moment, then nodded. Fair enough. Though you should know that my study methods have been known to be a little unconventional. What do you mean by that? I'll probably be drunk most of the time. He shrugged at my expression. It's part of my cultivation method. I see things more clearly through the lens of spiritual wine. That actually made a weird kind of sense. Different cultivators had different ways of perceiving spiritual phenomena. If his path involved alcohol, maybe being drunk really did help him understand things better. Regardless, it wasn't for me to judge. Second condition, I went on. You need to teach me formations properly. I don't want to just learn the basics, but also the theory behind them. Now that's the kind of student I like. Too many disciples just want to memorize patterns without understanding the principles. He leaned forward, suddenly animated. Did you know that most formation masters don't even realize why triangular configurations are more stable than square ones? It's all about the energy flow vectors and… sorry. He caught himself mid-lecture, coughing slightly, got a bit excited there. But yes, I'd be happy to teach you proper formation theory. Final condition, I said, fighting back a smile at his enthusiasm. Your findings have to stay between us. No reporting to the sect master or other elders about what you learn. Chun Yong's expression grew serious for a moment. I won't lie to Yuan if he asks me directly. But, he added as I started to object, I won't volunteer information either, and he rarely asks about specific disciples unless something major happens. I nodded slowly. That was probably the best I could hope for. Okay, I accept. Well then, now that that's settled, Elder Chun clapped his hands together. Let's begin with Lesson 1. The sudden enthusiasm in his voice was at odds with his earlier complaints about teaching being troublesome. With a casual wave of his hand, the low table before us was cleared, the scrolls and formation diagrams that had covered its surface vanished, replaced by a clean sheet of formation paper and what looked like standard scribing tools similar to what I had brought at the way station. Before we begin drawing anything, he said, settling more comfortably in his chair, we need to discuss what formations actually are. So, most disciples think they're just fancy patterns that make spiritual energy do tricks. He took a sip from his cup. But they're wrong, of course. I leaned forward, genuinely curious. Formations, Chun Yong continued, are a language, not the kind you speak or write, but something more fundamental. They are how we communicate with spiritual energy itself. His eyes took on a distant look. The universe has its own grammar, its own syntax, its own dialects? I asked, thinking of how the Two Suns rune system differed from what I'd seen of formations here. Exactly. Different sects, different regions, even different cultivation realms. They all have their own dialects of formation craft. But the underlying principles remain the same. His eyes lit up. Do you know what those principles are? I shook my head, though I had some ideas based on my experience with runes. Intent, structure, and resonance, he said, holding up 3 fingers. Intent is what you want the formation to do. Structure is how you arrange the spiritual geometry to achieve that intent. And resonance. He paused to take another drink. Resonance is how well your formation harmonizes with the natural laws of the world. Like how a poorly tuned instrument can still make music, but it won't sound right? I suggested. He gave me an appraising look. That's actually a decent analogy, though most disciples would have gone for something more martial. Like how a sword technique works better with proper form, or some such nonsense. Music just seemed more appropriate to me. I shrugged. Formations are about patterns and harmony, right? Indeed. His smile widened slightly. There are 9 levels of formation mastery, each building on the ones before. Today we'll start with level 1, the basics. He waved his hand, and 3 objects appeared on the floor between us. A copper disc about the size of my palm, a small jade tile, and what looked like a stick of chalk. It seemed either a chalk or a stylus could be used in creating formations. Level 1 formations are all about foundations, he explained. Simple, stable patterns that serve basic functions. The most important is the protective barrier. If you can't keep your formation from being disrupted, nothing else matters. He picked up the chalk and began drawing on the stone floor. His movements were precise but relaxed, like someone writing a letter they'd written 1,000 times before. Watch carefully, he instructed. A basic protection barrier has 3 key components: the outer circle for containment, the inner triangles for stability, and the connecting lines for energy flow. I observed his technique, noting how similar yet different it was from drawing runes. Where the Two Suns system relied more on organic, flowing patterns, these formations seemed a little more geometric, more structured. Now you try, he said, erasing his diagram with a wave of his hand. Remember, steady hand, consistent pressure, and most importantly, clear intent. The formation needs to know what you want it to do. When I picked up the chalk, my fingers automatically settled into the familiar grip I'd used when crafting runes. The basic principles weren't so different. It was all about channeling energy through precise patterns. I could probably do this. I started with the outer circle, making sure to keep my movements smooth but not too perfect. The muscle memory from hours of rune crafting wanted to take over, but I made sure there were slight imperfections, nothing that would compromise the formation's function, but enough to make it look like a talented beginner's work. Interesting, Chun Yong murmured as I worked on the inner triangles. Your hand is steadier than I'd expect for a complete novice. I used to draw a lot, I explained, sticking to the cover story I had prepared. Back in the village, when I wasn't helping out in my father's shop. It helped pass the time. He took another drink, but his eyes never left my work. And what did you draw? Patterns mostly, I lied, carefully adding the connecting lines. I liked how they could create different effects depending on how you arranged them. Well, it seems to have served you well, he noted as I finished the last line. Your penmanship is quite good for a beginner, though your angles could use some work. I nodded, accepting the criticism. I deliberately made the triangles slightly uneven. Now, he said, setting down his wine bottle. Let's see if it actually works. Channel your chi into the copper disc, then place it in the center of your formation. I did as instructed, feeling the metal grow warm as it absorbed my spiritual energy. When I placed it in the center of my diagram, the chalk lines began to glow faintly. It works, that's a good start, he said, placing my formation to the side. But a level 1 practitioner needs to master at least 3 basic formations. The protective barrier is just the beginning. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Next, we'll cover the light formation. It's pretty simple but essential. After all, every formation practitioner needs to be able to see what they're doing. He started to draw the new pattern. The end product looked like a simplified sun diagram with radiating lines. The key here is balanced energy distribution. Too much power to any one section and you'll get uneven lighting. Too little and it won't activate at all. I watched carefully as he explained each component, the central core for energy concentration, the lines radiating outwards for distribution, and the outer circle for containment. Your turn, he said, erasing his work. Remember, steady lines, even spacing, and clear intent. The central core I crafted precisely, following the principles he demonstrated while incorporating what I knew about energy focusing from the two sun system. Interesting approach. Chen Yong studied my work. Your lines are quite precise, and the energy flow pattern. He tilted his head slightly. It's unusually efficient for a beginner. I channeled my chi into the formation, causing it to give off a bluish light that lit up our immediate area. Very good, he nodded. Now for the third essential formation, the chi gathering circle. This one's a little trickier than it looks, so watch carefully. His chalk moved again, this time creating a more complex pattern of nested circles with inward spiraling lines. This formation draws in spiritual energy from your surroundings and concentrates it in the center. Pretty useful for cultivation, though at level 1 the effect is fairly weak, so don't expect it to benefit anyone above chi condensation stage 3. I studied the pattern carefully. The spiraling lines reminded me of certain rune configurations from the Two Suns world, though these were designed to pull energy in rather than channel it out. The principle of energy flow was similar, just reversed. The trick, he continued, is in the spacing of the spiral arms. Too close together and they will interfere with each other. But if they're too far apart, then the energy will leak out between them. When it was my turn, I focused on applying what I knew about energy flow patterns to this new configuration. The lines I made were steady and precise, and the spiral arms were spaced appropriately to create optimal flow. Good job. Let's see how these formations work in practice, he said when I was done. Channel your chi into the copper disc, then place it in the center of your protective barrier. I did as instructed, feeling the metal grow warm as it absorbed my spiritual energy. When I placed it in the center of my diagram, the chalk lines began to glow faintly. Good, Chen Yong nodded. The basic structure is sound. Now for the real test. He pulled out another bottle from somewhere and took a long drink before continuing. Every level 1 formation practitioner must prove they can create a barrier strong enough to withstand a direct strike from a third stage chi condensation beast for 10 seconds. I blinked. We're testing it now? Of course, theory is one thing, but application is another. The world twisted again, that same spatial compression effect from earlier. When reality settled, we were standing in a small forest clearing. This is one of the Sex Beast training grounds, Chen Yong explained, seemingly unbothered by the instant transition. Normally used by inner disciples for combat practice, but it'll serve our purposes just fine. He gestured at the ground before us. Draw a protection barrier. Make it big enough for both of us to stand in comfortably. You'll be testing it against. He paused, considering. Hong Yu. The ground trembled at the name. Trees creaked and swayed as something massive moved between them, approaching with steps that made small pebbles dance on the ground. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then she appeared. I'd seen spiritual beasts before, but Hong Yu was something else entirely. She emerged from between the trees like a mountain taking a stroll. Standing fully upright, she must have been at least 20 feet tall, her crimson fur gleaming like fresh blood in the afternoon sun. But it wasn't her size that worried me, it was the eyes. They glowed with an intelligence that felt almost human, full of curiosity and, was that amusement? Hong Yu is one of our most experienced training partners, Chen Yong said casually, as if we weren't in the presence of something that could probably flatten a small town. She helps test disciples' formations and combat abilities. The massive bear settled onto all fours, though even then she towered over us. Her head tilted as she studied me. Those eerily intelligent eyes seemed to be sizing me up. Then, to my surprise, she raised one enormous paw and began making deliberate gestures. First, she pointed at my undrawn formation area. Next, she indicated herself, following with a charging motion. Finally, she drew one massive claw across her throat while maintaining direct eye contact with me. "Ah yes," Chen Yong chuckled. "I should mention that Hong Yu has developed quite the theatrical flair over the years. She likes to make sure test participants understand exactly what they're getting into." The enormous bear's mouth curved into what could only be described as a smirk. She repeated her gestures, adding a graceful bow at the end as if to say, "Wasn't that helpful?" "She's..." I tried to keep my voice steady at the aura rolling off her. "She's really just a third-stage beast? Oh my..." Chun Yong's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Did I say third stage? How forgetful of me. Hong Yu actually reached the 9th stage last month. But don't worry, she's excellent at holding back." Hong Yu's grin widened, showing teeth the size of daggers. She held up for massive claws, then slowly lowered one, nodding to show she understood the handicap. "You might want to start drawing," Chen Yong suggested. "Hong Yu gets a bit creative when disciples take too long." As if to demonstrate his point, Hong Yu began pantomiming various ways she might break through a barrier. Her performance was surprisingly detailed, complete with exaggerated expressions of surprise and terror for the hypothetical disciple inside, which in this case was meant to be me. "Your pet?" I said carefully as I knelt down with my chalk. "Seems to enjoy her work." "Of course she does." Chen Yong beamed. "Why do you think I keep her around? The entertainment value alone is worth all the spirit stones I spend on honey." Hong Yu paused her dramatic performance to nod enthusiastically, then immediately went back to demonstrating what appeared to be her impression of me running away screaming. 10 seconds, I muttered to myself as I began drawing the outer circle. Just need to hold for 10 seconds. Behind me, I heard Hong Yu making a tick-tock sound, which really shouldn't have been possible for a bear. Her shadow fell across my workspace as she leaned in to watch, and I could practically feel her grin. "Master," Azure's voice echoed in my mind. "I believe we may have slightly underestimated the complexity of formation testing in this sect." Couldn't help but agree. This was definitely not what I'd expected when I'd agreed to formation lessons. I took a deep breath and focused on my work. The formation had to be perfect. There was no room for error when dealing with a 9th-stage beast. "Just a level 1 formation test," I muttered as I worked on the foundation triangles. "Perfectly normal. Nothing unusual about being watched by a giant bear who is giving me death threats." Hong Yu made a sound that could only be described as a snicker. This was going to be a very interesting 10 seconds. Chapter 100, My Formation versus Hong Yu. I slowly drew the connecting lines between the triangles, channeling a steady stream of qi to make sure that the flow of energy would be stable. The formation wasn't complicated, but it had to be resilient. Each line had to be exact, each angle precise. "Done," I announced, standing back to survey my work. The formation covered a circular area perhaps 12 feet in diameter, its chalk lines stark white against the dark earth. The 3 foundation triangles were placed at perfect 120-degree intervals to one another, their points facing in to create a stable energy matrix. "Quite neat," Elder Chun Yong muttered. "Hong Yu, what do you think?" The massive bear leaned forward, her giant head almost touching the ground as she examined my work. Her shiny eyes went over every line of the formation with incredible attention to detail. After a moment, she straightened up and made a series of gestures that seemed to indicate grudging approval, followed by cracking her knuckles ominously. "Shall we begin?" Elder Chun Yong stepped into the formation circle, gesturing for me to join him. "Remember, 10 seconds is all you need." I moved to stand beside him, trying to project more confidence than I felt. Right? 10 seconds. Against a 9th-stage beast pretending to be 3rd stage. Simple. Hong Yu's grin widened as she backed up several paces, dropping into what looked disturbingly like a professional fighting stance. Ready? Elder Chen Yong asked as he raised his hand. I nodded, channeling chi into the formation. The chalk lines began to glow with a soft white light as the barrier took shape, a translucent dome of energy rising around us. Begin! Hong Yu didn't waste any time. One moment she was standing there, the next she was charging straight at us like an avalanche of red fur and killing intent. Even suppressed to third stage, the spiritual pressure rolling off her was impressive. The barrier flared as her massive paw slammed into it. The impact sent vibrations through the ground beneath our feet, but the formation held. Barely a second had passed. Hong Yu's eyes narrowed. She started to circle the barrier, testing it with quick jabs from all angles. Each impact sent ripples through the energy field, but the triangular support structure distributed the force evenly, preventing any one point from taking too much stress. For seconds, Elder Chun Yong announced cheerfully, taking another drink. Holding up nicely so far. Hong Yu seemed to take that as a challenge. She reared up on her hind legs, towering over the barrier, and brought both front paws down in an overhead smash that would have crushed a small house. The impact made the barrier flash blindingly bright, and I felt the strain in my chi channels as the formation struggled to maintain integrity. 6 seconds. Nearly there. The massive bear dropped back to all fours and began a rapid series of strikes, her paws moving faster than something that size had any right to move. Each hit came from a different angle, testing for weak points in the barrier structure. 8 seconds. My confidence started to grow. The formation was holding. 2 more seconds and Hong Yu's grin suddenly turned wicked. Her eyes flashed, and I felt the spiritual pressure around her spike sharply. Oh no! I muttered as Hong Yu's aura surged to 4th stage levels. The bear's next strike hit like a meteor. The barrier shattered with a sound like breaking glass, chalk lines disintegrating as the formation collapsed. Hong Yu's massive paw stopped just inches from my face, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from her fur. 9.8 seconds, Elder Chin Yong announced. That's naughty, Hong Yu. The enormous bear sat back on her haunches, looking entirely too pleased with herself. She made a series of gestures that seemed to say, I have no idea what you're talking about, while maintaining the most innocent expression I've ever seen on a bear's face. She did that on purpose. I pointed at the bear. Elder Chun Yong laughed. True, but don't worry, you still passed. The requirement was to hold against a 3rd stage beast for 10 seconds. The fact that Hong Yu had to go to 4th stage to break it is actually quite impressive for a first attempt. He reached into his robes and pulled out what looked like a jar of golden liquid. Here you go, you troublemaker. Payment for a job well done. Hong Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the spiritual honey. She delicately plucked the jar from the elder's hand with 2 massive claws, displaying surprising dexterity for something her size. Then she unscrewed the lid and tilted the entire jar into her mouth. The sight of a 20-foot-tall spiritual bear daintily licking honey from her claws while making appreciative humming sounds was surreal, to say the least. As Elder Chin Yong raised his hand to transport us back, Hong Yu caught my eye. She made a quick series of gestures, first pointing at me, then miming a much more violent barrier-breaking sequence, followed by an exaggerated sad face. The message was clear: next time, she wouldn't go so easy on me. The world compressed around us, that familiar spatial distortion effect taking hold. When reality settled back into place, we were once again in the elder's quarters. Now then, he said, settling into one of the comfortable chairs. I believe it's time for your end of the bargain. I nodded, already knowing what he wanted to see. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused inward, reaching for that familiar presence in my inner world. The blue sun's light was constant, eternal, its energy both comforting and dangerous. Carefully, I drew upon its power, feeling it flow through my body. When I opened my eyes, I knew they would be glowing with that distinctive blue light. A pale azure aura began to manifest around me, its nature fundamentally different from normal spiritual energy. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. The elder began pulling bottles from thin air, downing them one after another with incredible speed. Fascinating, he exclaimed, swaying slightly as he circled me, though his spiritual sense remained razor-sharp as it probed the aura around me. True to his word, he didn't attempt to penetrate my body's defenses. The energy, structure, yes, that's the word. S like chi, but also not like chi. The resonance is all wrong, or right, but differently right. He stumbled slightly, caught himself, then took another long drink. You know what's really weird, though? Your head should be all. He made an exploding gesture with his free hand, nearly dropping his bottle. Boom! But it's not. Foreign energy like this usually makes cultivators go all cuckoo in the head. Even the nice energies. But you're fine. Probably. Are you fine? How many fingers am I holding up? He wasn't holding up any fingers. Just another wine bottle. I remained silent, memories of the two sons priests flashing through my mind. I'd seen firsthand what happened when people were overwhelmed by the Blue Sun's power, the religious fervor, the obsession, the eventual descent into zealotry. Reminds me, he hiccuped, reminds me of them ancient bloodlines. But those usually all. He made a series of increasingly elaborate hand gestures that nearly caused him to fall over. Specific. Transformations and stuff. This is more. More. He squinted, searching for the word. Fundamental. Raw power. But weird raw power. He peered closely at something only he could see. And it's almost like it's alive. Got its own brain going on. I kept my expression neutral, but I felt my pulse quicken slightly. He was right. Both sons seemed to have their own personalities. And the healing, he continued enthusiastically, now talking to a nearby wine rack. Most healing is all neat and tidy, everything in its proper place. But this just goes wherever it wants. Sees something broken and goes, heft. I can do better than that. Makes improvements. Very cheeky energy you've got there. Very cheeky indeed. Before he could pursue that line of thought further, I felt the Blue Sun's energy recede. The aura faded, my eyes returning to their normal brown color. Is that it? He hiccuped. I nodded. I can only maintain it temporarily. Humph. He studied me for a moment longer, then brightened as a new thought struck him. Well, time to process all the information. He reached into his robes and pulled out a bottle that looked different from his usual wine. The liquid inside seemed to shift and swirl with its own inner light. Been shaven this one, he announced proudly, holding it up to the light. Special occasion wine. And this definitely counts as special. About our lessons, I prompted, not wanting him to get too distracted by his drinking plans. Lessons? Oh, right. He attempted to wave dismissively but mostly just wobbled in place. Once a week. Plenty of time for practice. Lots of books in the library. Very good books. Can't do more often 'cause I'm very busy. Very, very busy. I raised an eyebrow. Too busy being drunk or pretending to be a crippled merchant? He drew himself up with exaggerated offense, which caused him to stumble backward slightly. I'll have you know, he declared, pointing at a spot about 2 feet to my left. That being a fake cripple is very hard work. Lots of acting and running a business. Do you know how much math that involves? So much math. He brightened, holding up his special bottle. But right now, gotta do important research on your weird energy. This particular vintage will help me think better. Yes, that's definitely it. I couldn't help but smile. For all his apparent laziness, I was starting to suspect that Elder Chunyong's carefree attitude was at least partially an act. No one achieved his level of power without serious dedication, drunk or not. Same time next week then? I asked. Yesh, he nodded, already uncorking his precious bottle. Don't forget to practice. And try not to. He hiccuped. Not to get into too much trouble before then. He paused, squinting thoughtfully. Though given what I've heard about your adventures so far, that ship's probably already sailed. Crashed. Whatever ships do when they're troublesome. Before I could defend myself, he waved his hand. The world twisted, and suddenly I was standing in one of the outer sex courtyards. The afternoon sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the stone paths. Master, that was an interesting first lesson. I snorted. That's one way to put it. Though I have to admit, I didn't expect the giant bear. At least she seemed to like you. You call that liking someone? She spent half the time threatening to eat me. I think she enjoyed the entertainment value you provided. Glad I could amuse her, I muttered, but there was no real annoyance in it. Despite the somewhat terrifying test, I had to admit the whole experience had been oddly fun. How many disciples could say they'd had their formation tested by a ninth-stage beast who liked to do comedy routines? As I headed back toward my quarters, I was already planning how to improve the barrier formation. Next time, Hong, you wouldn't break it so easily, even if she did cheat again. Master, Azure interrupted my thoughts. Weren't you supposed to meet Wei Lin and Lin Mei for dinner? I stopped mid-step, suddenly remembering the plans we'd made earlier. What time is it? Based on the sun's position, about half an hour passed when you were supposed to meet them. Why didn't you remind me earlier? I was rather distracted by the giant bear trying to crush us, Azure replied. Besides, you're the one who made the plans. I broke into a run, heading for the disciples' dining hall.